Welcome, weary wanderer, to the cursed lands of Lordran, where death is not an ending but a cruel mercy, and tragedy flows like poison through every stone of every ruin. Tonight, we'll explore the most heart-wrenching tales of souls lost to darkness, madness, and despair. From the fall of great knights to the corruption of beloved companions, these are stories of heroes who became monsters, of love that turned to ash, and of sacrifices that saved no one. So settle into the embrace of shadow. Let your breathing slow like dying embers, and prepare to drift through realms where even death offers no peace. Close your eyes and let these sorrows carry you gently into sleep. In the golden age of Lordran, when the flame burned bright and the gods walked among mortals with the casual confidence of those who believed their reign would last forever, there lived a knight whose name would echo through the centuries, not for his victories but for the terrible beauty of his fall. Sir Artorius of the Abyss, they would call him in later years, though in those distant days of light and laughter, he was known simply as Artorius the Abyss Walker, greatest of the four knights of Gwyn, and perhaps the most beloved soul ever to draw breath in that dying world. The very mention of his name could bring tears of joy to the eyes of common folk, for Artorius embodied everything that the people of Lordran hoped their protectors might be. He was tall and noble, his armor gleaming like captured starlight, his movements possessed of a grace that made combat look like the most beautiful of dances. When he walked through the streets of any settlement, children would run after him with flowers in their hands, and their parents would bow their heads, not in fear, but in genuine reverence for one who had never used his incredible power for anything but the protection of the innocent. But perhaps what made Artorius truly beloved was not his skill with a blade, though that was without equal in all the known world, nor his unwavering courage in the face of any darkness, though that too was legendary. What set him apart from other knights was the bond he shared with his companion, a great grey wolf whose loyalty and intelligence made him far more than a mere pet or beast of war. Sif, as the wolf was known, had been Artorius's constant companion since the knight's earliest days, and their friendship had become the stuff of songs and stories throughout the kingdom. Together, the knight and his wolf had faced dragons and demons, corrupt kings and fallen gods, their partnership so perfect that observers often said they seemed to share a single mind and heart. Artorius would leap into battle with his mighty greatsword, while Sif would circle around their enemies with predatory grace, the two of them moving in perfect synchronization as if they were parts of a single, magnificent war machine designed by the gods themselves for the protection of all that was good and beautiful in the world. In those days before the coming darkness, Artorius served as more than just a warrior. He was a symbol of hope, a living reminder that even in a world where curses and corruption seemed to seep from every shadow, there could still exist souls pure enough to stand against the night without being stained by it. His very presence was a comfort to those who lived in fear, and his friendship was sought after by nobles and commoners alike, for everyone who met him came away feeling that they had encountered something genuinely sacred. The four knights of Gwyn were each legends in their own right, but even among that exalted company, Artorius stood apart. Ornstein the Dragon Slayer was feared by enemies and respected by allies, his golden armor and lightning spear making him a figure of terrible majesty on any battlefield. Kiaran, the Lord's Blade, moved through shadows like death itself, her tracers finding their targets with supernatural precision, while she remained unseen by all but the most perceptive eyes. Goff the giant archer could send his great arrows across impossible distances with accuracy that defied belief, bringing down dragons from altitudes where they appeared as mere specks against the sky. Yet, for all their individual greatness, it was Artorius who captured the hearts and imagination of the people. Perhaps it was because his power came not from distance or stealth or overwhelming force, but from the simple courage to stand directly in harm's way, sword in hand, protecting those who could not protect themselves. Or perhaps it was because he alone among the knights seemed to understand that true strength lay not in the ability to destroy, but in the wisdom to know when destruction was necessary, and when mercy might serve better. The wolf Sif had been no ordinary creature even from his earliest days. Born in the ancient forests where magic still flowed as freely as water, he possessed an intelligence that bordered on the supernatural and a loyalty that would have put most humans to shame. From the moment he first met Artorias, when both knight and wolf were young and the world seemed full of endless possibilities, Sif had chosen to bind his fate to that of the noble warrior, creating a bond that transcended the normal relationship between human and beast. In battle, Sif was more than just a companion. He was Artorias' other half, the shadow to his light, the instinct to his reason, where the knight's attacks were precise and calculated, flowing with the disciplined beauty of centuries of training. Sif's movements were pure, predatory grace, the product of ancient wisdom that had been encoded in the very DNA of his species across countless generations. Together, they were unstoppable, their enemies falling before them like wheat before the scythe, yet always they fought with honor, never taking a life that could be spared, never causing suffering that could be avoided. The bond between them went far deeper than mere combat effectiveness, however. In the quiet hours between battles, when Artorias would sit by campfires polishing his blade or maintaining his armor, Sif would lie beside him with the patient contentment of a creature who had found exactly where he belonged in the world. They had no need for words, these two, for their understanding of each other transcended language and entered the realm of pure emotional connection. When Artorias was troubled by nightmares, as even the bravest souls sometimes were in those dark days, Sif's presence would chase away the shadows that haunted his sleep. When the wolf was injured in battle, Artorias would tend to his wounds with the gentle care of a father nursing a sick child, his massive hands surprisingly gentle as they applied healing salves and bandages. They shared their food, their warmth, their very lives with a generosity that spoke to the fundamental goodness that existed at the core of both their beings. It was this deep and abiding love between knight and wolf that would ultimately make the tragedy that befell them so utterly heartbreaking. For in the dark days that were approaching like storm clouds on the horizon, that love would become not a source of strength but the very instrument of their mutual destruction. The first signs of the coming catastrophe appeared in the great city of New Londo, that marvel of human engineering and magical achievement that had been built on the shores of a vast underground lake in the deepest parts of Lordran. New Londo had been a place of learning and culture, where scholars and mages worked together to push the boundaries of human knowledge and understanding. Its libraries contained the accumulated wisdom of ages, while its workshops produced wonders that seemed to blur the line between science and magic. But something had gone wrong in the depths beneath the city, something that the scholars and mages had discovered too late to prevent. The abyss, that realm of primordial darkness that existed beyond the boundaries of the physical world, had begun to seep into reality, like infection, spreading through a wound. Where the darkness touched, matter itself began to break down, not into component elements but into something far more fundamental and terrifying, a state of unbeing that seemed to negate the very concept of existence. The creatures that emerged from this spreading void were unlike anything that had ever been encountered in the known world. They were not demons or undead or any other form of corrupted life, but something that seemed to exist in direct opposition to the concept of life itself. The Dark Wraiths, as they came to be known, were beings of pure hunger and negation, their very presence causing reality to fray around them like fabric touched by acid. Lord Gwyn, the great king of the gods whose flame had brought order to a world of chaos, understood immediately that this was a threat unlike any his kingdom had ever faced. The dragons of the ancient world had been terrible enemies, but they were still part of the natural order, still subject to the same fundamental laws that governed all existence. The abyss was something else entirely, a force that sought not merely to conquer or destroy, but to unmake the very foundation upon which all reality rested. The decision to send Artorias on what would prove to be his final mission was not made lightly. Gwyn had many champions at his disposal, warriors and mages and creatures of great power, who might have been sent to investigate the growing threat, but the nature of the abyss was such that it corrupted everything it touched, turning strength into weakness and virtue into vice. Only someone of absolute purity, someone whose soul burned so brightly with noble purpose that even the deepest darkness could not entirely extinguish it, could hope to enter that realm and emerge with their essential self intact. Artorias was the obvious choice, perhaps the only choice, and everyone who knew him understood that he would accept the mission without hesitation. His sense of duty was as much a part of him as his sword arm, and the thought of innocent people suffering while he remained safely in Anor Londo would have been more unbearable to him than any physical torture. When Gwyn explained the nature of the threat and the terrible danger that awaited anyone brave enough to confront it, Artorias simply nodded and asked when he should depart. The preparations for the mission were extensive, for everyone involved understood that this would be unlike any battle Artorias had ever fought. The kingdom's greatest craftsmen worked day and night to create armor that might protect him from the corrupting influence of the abyss, while the most learned scholars provided him with every scrap of knowledge they had managed to gather about the nature of the darkness he would face. Most importantly, Gwyn himself forged a special covenant, a ring that would allow its wearer to traverse the abyss without being immediately consumed by its unreality. Yet for all their preparations, for all their wisdom and good intentions, there was one crucial element that none of them truly understood. The abyss was not merely a place of darkness, but a realm where the normal concepts of heroism and villainy, of strength and weakness, of good and evil themselves, became meaningless. It was a domain where the very attempt to do good could become the instrument of ultimate corruption, where the purest intentions could be twisted into the most terrible outcomes. Artorias descended into the depths of New Londo accompanied by Sif, as had been his custom for so many years that neither of them could imagine facing danger any other way. The Great Wolf's loyalty was absolute, and even if Artorias had commanded him to remain behind, which the knight would never have done, Sif would have found a way to follow, for the bond between them was stronger than any mere order or command. The journey into the abyss began normally enough, if anything about venturing into a realm of primordial darkness could be called normal. The covenant of Artorias protected the knight from the most immediate effects of the void, allowing him to maintain his physical form and his sanity, even as reality twisted and writhed around him like a living thing in agony. Sif, lacking such protection but possessed of his own innate resistance to corruption, managed to follow his master deeper into the darkness than anyone had believed possible. They encountered dark wraiths in numbers beyond counting, shadow creatures that attacked not with weapons but with the very essence of negation itself, seeking to unmake their opponents rather than merely kill them. Artorias fought with all his legendary skill, his blade carving paths of light through the absolute darkness, while Sif moved like liquid death around the edges of the battle, his fangs and claws finding purchase even on enemies that seemed to have no truly solid form. For a time, It seemed as though they might actually succeed in their impossible mission. The knight and his wolf pressed deeper into the abyss than any living beings had ever ventured, leaving behind them a trail of dissolved dark wraiths and the slowly healing wounds they had carved in the fabric of unreality itself. They were fighting not just for victory, but for the very concept of existence. Their every strike a declaration that being was stronger than unbeing, that light could triumph over darkness, no matter how absolute that darkness might seem. But the abyss had not survived since the beginning of time by being easily defeated, and in its deepest heart lay a consciousness so ancient and malevolent that it made the darkest nightmares of mortals seem like pleasant dreams by comparison. Manus, father of the abyss, had been waiting in the primordial darkness since before the first flame was lit, and his hatred for the light and everything it represented had been growing stronger across eons beyond counting. When Artorias finally came face to face with this primordial horror, he understood immediately that he was confronting something beyond his ability to defeat through conventional combat. Manus was not merely a powerful enemy, but a fundamental force of nature, as much a part of the cosmic order as gravity or time itself. The creature's very presence began to warp reality around it, turning the knight's greatest strengths into weaknesses and his most noble intentions into instruments of corruption. The battle that followed existed on multiple levels of reality simultaneously. On the physical plane, it was a contest between the knight's sword and the creature's claws, a dance of death played out in chambers that existed only because Manus willed them to exist. On the spiritual level, it was a war between concepts, between the idea of heroism and the negation of all heroic ideals, between love and the corruption of all loving relationships. Artorias fought with every ounce of skill and courage he possessed, his blade singing through the void as he struck blow after blow that would have felled any mortal enemy. But Manus was far from mortal, and each wound the knight inflicted seemed only to make the creature stronger, as if the very act of causing harm in this place of ultimate darkness was feeding the monster's power. The corruption began subtly, as corruption always does, at first. Artorias felt only a slight weakness in his sword arm, a minor tremor that he attributed to the extraordinary exertion of fighting in a realm where the normal laws of physics held no sway. Then the weakness began to spread, not through his muscles but through his very soul, turning his greatest strength into a source of agonizing vulnerability. The knight's left arm, which had wielded his massive greatsword with grace and precision for more years than most mortals lived, began to fail him at the moment when he needed it most. Not through any physical injury, though those accumulated as well, but through a spiritual corruption that turned his own noble nature against itself. Every swing of his blade, every heroic gesture, every moment of courage became a doorway through which the abyss could pour its poison into his soul. Sif, witnessing his beloved master's gradual corruption, threw himself into the battle with the desperate fury of a creature fighting not just for victory but for the preservation of everything that gave his existence meaning. The great wolf's attacks became increasingly frenzied as he tried to position himself between Artorias and the source of the corruption, his loyalty driving him to attempt the impossible task of shielding his master from an enemy that attacked on levels beyond the physical. But the tragedy of the abyss was that it turned love itself into a weapon of destruction. The deeper Sif's devotion, the more the darkness could use that devotion as a pathway to corrupt not just the wolf but the knight who loved him in return. Their bond, which had been their greatest source of strength through countless battles, became the very mechanism through which the corruption spread from one to the other. In the end, with his sanity fracturing like glass under impossible pressure, and his noble spirit being slowly devoured by forces beyond mortal comprehension, Artorius made the most heroic choice of his entire heroic life. Recognizing that he was losing the battle not just for his own soul but for the safety of everything he held dear, he did the one thing that might still save at least a part of what mattered most to him. The knight's great shield, that massive bulwark that had protected him through countless battles, bore upon its surface powerful enchantments that could ward off even the corruption of the abyss, though only for a limited time and only for a single soul. With the last vestiges of his rational thought, Artorius wrapped this shield around Sif like a protective cocoon, using the remainder of his uncorrupted power to create a barrier between his beloved companion and the spreading darkness. The magic that saved Sif's life came at the cost of Artorius's last hope of salvation. By transferring the shield's protection to his wolf, the knight left himself completely vulnerable to the corruption that had already begun to claim his mind and spirit. His left arm, weakened by the abyss's touch, could no longer wield his sword with its accustomed skill, forcing him to abandon centuries of refined technique in favor of crude, desperate strikes that spoke of madness rather than martial prowess. Yet even as his mind shattered and his noble spirit was consumed by darkness, some part of Artorius remained aware enough to understand what was happening to him. In lucid moments that became increasingly rare, he could feel himself becoming the very thing he had sworn to destroy, his heroic nature being twisted into something monstrous and alien. The knowledge that his corruption was inevitable, that nothing he could do would prevent his transformation into a servant of the abyss, filled him with a despair that transcended any physical pain. Sif, protected by his master's final gift, but powerless to help the knight who had saved him, could only watch in horror as Artorius completed his tragic metamorphosis. The great grey wolf, whose loyalty had never wavered even in the face of certain death, was forced to abandon the one being in all the world that he loved most, carrying away the great shield that was both his salvation and the symbol of everything he had lost. The knight who remained behind in the abyss was no longer truly Artorius, though he retained enough of his former self to be driven to even greater anguish by the occasional moments of clarity that reminded him of what he had once been. His armor, once gleaming with noble purpose, became tarnished with the corruption that flowed through his veins like poison. His sword, which had carved paths of light through every darkness, now dripped with the same malevolent energy that animated the dark wraiths he had once fought. Most terrible of all was the transformation of his fighting style, once the most beautiful and graceful combat technique ever developed, into something that spoke of pain and madness rather than skill and training. The elegant strikes and perfect footwork that had made him legendary were replaced by wild, desperate attacks that seemed designed more to express his inner torment than to achieve any tactical advantage. Years passed in the timeless realm of the abyss, though whether they were few years or many, no living soul could say. The corrupted knight wandered through chambers that existed only in nightmare, fighting battles against enemies that were reflections of his own fractured psyche, winning victories that brought no satisfaction and suffering defeats that offered no release from his torment. Meanwhile, in the world above, Sif made his solitary way back to the surface, carrying with him the great shield that had saved his life, and the terrible knowledge of what had befallen his master. The great wolf's grief was beyond the ability of words to describe, a sorrow so profound that it seemed to change the very nature of his being. Where once he had been a creature of joy and companionship, sharing in the simple pleasures of friendship and the satisfaction of noble deeds well done, he became something else entirely, a living monument to loss, a guardian whose duty was born not from hope, but from the most beautiful and terrible kind of love. The wolf found his way to a grave that had been prepared for his master in the peaceful woods outside Ulasil, a monument erected by those who had known and loved Artorias in the days before his final mission. There, beneath trees that rustled with memories of laughter and companionship, Sif took up his eternal vigil, the great shield planted in the earth like a gravestone, and the wolf himself serving as the guardian of both the monument and the powerful covenant ring that lay buried with the knight's empty tomb. It was a covenant that could allow others to walk in the abyss as Artorias once had, but Sif understood better than anyone the terrible price that such a journey demanded. His vigil was not merely ceremonial but practical, a last service to the master who had saved him to prevent other heroes from making the same noble, doomed choice that had cost Artorias everything he was and everything he might have been. For decades beyond counting, the great grey wolf maintained his watch, growing larger and more formidable with each passing season, but never losing the essential core of grief that had driven him to this lonely duty. Travelers who passed through the forest would sometimes catch glimpses of him through the trees, a massive shadow moving with predatory grace among the ancient oaks, and they would speak in hushed tones of the legendary wolf who guarded the grave of the greatest knight who had ever lived. Yet even in his dedication to this grim duty, Sif never forgot the joy he had once shared with his beloved master. In his dreams, which came rarely and were precious beyond measure, he would remember the days when they had travelled together across the length and breadth of Lordran, their friendship, a bright flame that seemed capable of warming the entire world. He would remember Artorias' laughter, the way the knight would scratch behind his ears after a particularly difficult battle, the comfortable silences they had shared around countless campfires. These memories, beautiful as they were, also served as constant reminders of everything that had been lost, everything that could never be recovered, no matter how long he maintained his vigil or how faithfully he honored his master's sacrifice. The love that had once been a source of pure joy had been transformed by tragedy into something that was simultaneously beautiful and unbearably painful, a burden that the wolf carried with the same dedication he had once brought to protecting the innocent alongside his knight. In time, other heroes would come seeking the power to walk in the abyss, driven by their own noble intentions and their own certainty that they could succeed where Artorias had failed. Sif would face each of them with the same reluctant determination, his duty to prevent their destruction warring with his natural reluctance to harm those who sought only to do good. The battles that followed were perhaps the most heartbreaking of all the tragedies that surrounded Artorias' fall, for they pitted love against love, duty against duty, noble purpose against noble purpose. Sif fought not from any desire to cause harm, but from the terrible knowledge of what awaited those who would follow in his master's footsteps, while his opponents faced him with the same heroic determination that had once driven Artorias himself toward his doom. And in the depths of the abyss, the thing that had once been the greatest night in all of Lordran continued its endless, tormented existence, trapped between madness and clarity, between the memory of what he had been and the horror of what he had become. Sometimes, in moments when the corruption that consumed his mind briefly lifted, he would remember a great grey wolf whose loyalty had been absolute, whose love had been pure, and whose sacrifice had been the last beautiful thing in a world consumed by darkness. Those memories, when they came, were both salvation and damnation, reminding him of everything good that had ever existed in his life, while simultaneously emphasizing the magnitude of what had been lost. In those brief moments of clarity, the corrupted knight would understand that his greatest victory had not been any battle won or monster slain, but the simple act of saving one innocent soul from sharing in his fate. Yet even this understanding brought no peace, for it was accompanied by the knowledge that his salvation of Sif had required his own damnation, and that the wolf he had loved so deeply was now condemned to a life of solitary grief, guarding an empty grave and fighting battles that could only end in sorrow for everyone involved. Thus did the greatest love story ever recorded in the annals of Lordran become also its greatest tragedy, a tale of devotion so pure that it transcended death itself, yet so bound up with sorrow that it could never find resolution in any victory or defeat, any choice or sacrifice, any ending that mortal minds could conceive or immortal hearts could desire. In the highest spires of Anor Londo, where golden light once flowed like honey through crystalline windows, and the very air seemed to shimmer with divine blessing, there lived a goddess whose beauty was said to rival the sun itself. Guinevere, Princess of Sunlight, daughter of the mighty Lord Gwyn, embodied everything that the people of Lordran believed their gods should be: radiant, benevolent, and filled with a warmth that could chase away even the deepest shadows from the human heart. She was magnificent in ways that transcended mere physical beauty, though even that was beyond the ability of mortal artists to capture in stone or paint. Her hair flowed like liquid sunlight, each strand seeming to contain within it the concentrated essence of summer afternoons and fields of golden wheat, swaying in gentle breezes. Her eyes held depths that spoke of infinite compassion, the kind of understanding that could forgive any transgression and find hope in even the most desperate circumstances. But it was not her appearance alone that made Guinevere beloved throughout the kingdom. The Princess of Sunlight possessed a gift that went far beyond mere beauty or divine heritage. She was the goddess of fertility and bounty, the one whose blessing could turn barren fields into abundant harvests, and whose presence could bring life to even the most desolate places. Where she walked, flowers bloomed in her footsteps, and where she rested, the very ground became more fertile and generous. In the great cathedral that bore her name, pilgrims would journey from the farthest corners of Lordran to seek her blessing for their crops, their families, their hopes for the future. She would receive each supplicant with the same patient kindness, her voice like music as she offered prayers and blessings that seemed to carry within them the power to make impossible dreams become reality. Children born under her blessing were said to be destined for greatness, while fields that received her attention would produce harvests so abundant that entire communities could feast for months on their bounty. The princess lived in perfect harmony with her divine siblings, each of them ruling over their own sphere of influence while contributing to the greater glory of their father's kingdom. Her brother Gwyndolin, the dark sun, commanded the moon and the subtle magics that flourished in shadow, his power complementing hers in the eternal dance between day and night. Her other siblings, some whose names have been lost to time and others whose deeds were recorded only in the most ancient texts, each played their part in maintaining the cosmic order that kept Lordran prosperous and peaceful. Yet even in those golden days when the gods walked among mortals and miracles were as common as sunrise, there were those who possessed the wisdom to understand that nothing, not even divine perfection, could last forever. Deep in the archives of Anor Londo, scholars and prophets had begun to notice subtle signs that the Age of Fire was not eternal, that even the mighty flame that gave warmth and light to the world might someday begin to fade like a candle, burning down to its last remnants of wax. These warnings were dismissed by most as the ravings of pessimists and doomsayers, for how could anything as magnificent and eternal as the reign of the gods ever come to an end? The sun rose every morning with unfailing regularity. The seasons turned according to their ancient patterns, and the gods themselves seemed as immortal and unchanging as the mountains and the seas. To suggest that such perfection might be temporary seemed not merely foolish but almost blasphemous. But Guinevere, whose connection to the life force of the world ran deeper than perhaps any other divine being, began to sense changes that others could not yet perceive. The subtle shift in the quality of light, the almost imperceptible change in the way flowers responded to her presence, the barely noticeable decrease in the fertility of lands that had once bloomed at her slightest touch, all of these whispered to her of something fundamental beginning to change in the very structure of reality itself. As the years passed and these changes became gradually more pronounced, the Princess of Sunlight found herself facing a choice that no loving daughter should ever have to make. Her father, Lord Gwyn, had begun to show signs of the strain that maintaining the Age of Fire was placing upon his divine essence. The great king, who had once seemed as eternal and unchanging as the sun itself, was slowly burning himself out from within, pouring more and more of his own life force into the flame that kept the world warm and bright. The other gods, each dealing with their own growing concerns about the future, began to speak in hushed tones about what might need to be sacrificed to preserve their realm. Some whispered of great rituals that might restore the fading flame to its original strength, while others spoke of finding new sources of power that could supplement what was being lost. But all of these discussions carried with them an undercurrent of desperation, a growing understanding that the golden age they had all taken for granted was slowly slipping away like sand through an hourglass. Guinevere watched her father's gradual decline with a heart that grew heavier with each passing day. The mighty Lord of Sunlight, who had once commanded dragons and reshaped the very foundations of reality, was becoming increasingly obsessed with preserving the flame, even at costs that seemed to horrify everyone around him. His conversations grew darker, his temper shorter, and his willingness to consider extreme measures more pronounced as he felt the weight of maintaining an entire cosmic order settling upon his shoulders like a cloak made of lead. It was during this time of growing uncertainty and fear that messengers began to arrive from distant lands, bringing tales of places where the flame had already begun to fail, where darkness was spreading like ink through clear water, and where the natural order was breaking down in ways that defied all understanding. These reports filled the divine court with a dread that no enemy army or natural disaster had ever managed to inspire, for they spoke of a kind of ending that went beyond mere death or destruction into something far more fundamental and terrifying. The Princess of Sunlight found herself caught between her love for her father and her growing understanding that his proposed solutions to the crisis might be worse than the crisis itself. Gwyn spoke increasingly of sacrifice, of the need for the gods to give up parts of themselves to keep the flame burning, and his eyes, when he looked upon his children, had begun to carry a weight that suggested he was calculating not their happiness, but their potential utility in the great work of preservation. Yet it was not fear for her own safety that ultimately drove Guinevere to make the most difficult decision of her immortal life. The princess had inherited from her father not just divine power, but also a deep and abiding love for the mortal creatures who looked to the gods for protection and guidance. She had walked among humans, elves, and all the other races of Lordran, had seen their hopes and fears, their joys and sorrows, and had come to understand that their lives, brief though they might be, possessed a beauty and meaning that was every bit as valuable as the eternal existence of the gods themselves. As Gwyn's plans became increasingly desperate, and his willingness to pay any price for the preservation of the Age of Fire became more apparent, Guinevere began to realize that her continued presence in Anor Londo might be seen as an endorsement of actions that her conscience could not support. The thought of her divine blessing being used to legitimize choices that would cause suffering to the innocent filled her with a revulsion that went deeper than any physical pain. The decision to leave Anor Londo was perhaps the most agonizing choice that any child of the gods had ever been forced to make. It meant abandoning not just her home and her family, but also the mortal worshippers who had looked to her for guidance and blessing throughout their entire lives. It meant turning her back on everything she had ever known and loved, walking away from a realm of beauty and perfection to venture into an uncertain world where her divine nature might offer no protection against the growing darkness. Yet Guinevere understood that sometimes love demands not presence but absence, not participation but principled withdrawal. Her departure from Anorlondo was not an act of cowardice or abandonment, but rather the most profound expression of love. She could offer a refusal to allow her divine authority to be used in service of actions that violated everything she believed about the proper relationship between gods and mortals. On the night she chose to leave, the Princess of Sunlight stood for one final time in the great cathedral that had been dedicated to her glory, surrounded by the golden light that had been her gift to the world for time beyond counting. The chamber was empty of worshippers at this late hour, but the very walls seemed to pulse with the accumulated prayers and hopes of countless generations who had sought her blessing within these sacred spaces. She could feel the weight of every prayer that had ever been offered in her name, every hope that had been placed in her divine protection, every child who had been born under her blessing, and every field that had flourished under her care. The thought of all those mortal souls waking to find their goddess gone, their prayers unanswered, their hopes suddenly bereft of divine protection, threatened to break her heart in ways that no physical wound ever could. Yet Guinevere also understood that her departure, painful as it would be for those who loved her, was a kind of mercy in itself. Better for mortals to learn to find strength within themselves and within each other than to remain dependent upon gods who might be forced to make choices that no loving deity should ever have to consider. Better for them to face uncertainty with courage than to live under the protection of divinity that had been purchased through suffering and sacrifice. The princess's departure from Anorlondo was accomplished in secret, in the deep hours before dawn, when even the most vigilant guards were lost in dreams. She left behind her magnificent robes and crown, her ceremonial weapons, and the golden ornaments that had marked her status as one of the ruling family of the gods. She took with her only the simplest garments and a few personal items that carried memories of happier times when the future had seemed bright with promise and the love of family had been uncomplicated by the weight of cosmic responsibility. As she walked through the corridors of her ancestral home for the last time, every step was both a farewell and a small death, a severing of connections that had bound her to this place since the moment of her divine birth. The tapestries on the walls seemed to whisper of all the grand ceremonies they had witnessed, the victories they had celebrated, the joy they had seen when the gods had walked among their subjects as beloved protectors rather than desperate guardians of a failing flame. The great doors of Anorlondo closed behind her with a sound like thunder, and Guinevere, Princess of Sunlight, stepped out into a world that suddenly seemed vast and empty and filled with uncertainties that no divine wisdom could resolve. Behind her lay everything she had ever known and loved, while ahead stretched roads that led to destinations she could not foresee, adventures that might end in triumph or tragedy, and a future that held no guarantees, save the certainty that it would be profoundly different from anything she had ever experienced. Yet even as she walked away from the golden spires that had been her home, even as she left behind the divine court that had shaped every moment of her existence, Guinevere carried with her something that no departure could diminish: the love that had motivated her choice, the compassion that had made her unwilling to be party to her father's increasingly desperate plans, and the hope that somewhere in the wide world she might find a way to serve the cause of light and life without compromising the principles that defined her very essence. In the wake of her departure, Anorlondo fell into a sorrow that seemed to permeate every stone of every building, every ray of light that filtered through the crystal windows, every echo that whispered through the vast halls where gods had once walked in majesty and joy. The absence of the Princess of Sunlight was felt not just by her family and the divine court, but by the very architecture of the realm itself, which seemed to grow dimmer and colder in ways that went beyond the merely physical. But it was Gwyndolin, the Dark Sun, her beloved brother whose mastery of illusion and shadow complemented her dominion over light and growth, who felt her absence most acutely. The youngest of Gwyn's children had always lived somewhat apart from the rest of the divine family, his connection to moon and darkness making him something of an outsider in a court that celebrated the glory of sun and flame. Yet, his bond with Guinevere had been one of the deepest and most genuine relationships in his long existence, a connection that transcended their different spheres of influence and united them in love and mutual understanding. Gwyndolin had been blessed, or perhaps cursed, with the gift of prophecy, the ability to see glimpses of possible futures stretching out before them like branches on an infinitely complex tree. He had foreseen his sister's departure long before she herself had made the decision, had watched in visions as she walked away from Anor Londo while the realm fell into shadow behind her. Yet foreknowledge had not made the reality any easier to bear, and when she was truly gone, he found himself alone in ways that no amount of divine power could alleviate. The Dark Sun understood better than anyone else in the divine family why Guinevere had chosen to leave, for his prophetic visions had shown him glimpses of the terrible choices that lay ahead, the sacrifices that would be demanded, and the prices that would be paid to keep the Age of Fire burning for even a little while longer. He had seen his father's growing desperation, had witnessed in dreams the lengths to which Lord Gwyn would eventually go in his determination to preserve the flame, and he knew that his sister's tender heart could never have endured being party to such measures. Yet understanding the necessity of her choice did not make living with its consequences any easier. Gwyndolin found himself serving as the sole remaining link between the divine realm and the mortal world that looked to Anor Londo for guidance and protection. The weight of that responsibility, combined with his grief at his sister's absence and his growing awareness of his father's deteriorating condition, slowly began to transform the gentle god of moonlight into something harder and more desperate than he had ever intended to become. It was during this time of sorrow and uncertainty that Gwyndolin conceived the great deception that would define the rest of his immortal existence. Unable to bear the thought of the mortal world losing faith in the gods at precisely the moment when that faith was most desperately needed, he began to use his mastery of illusion magic to create a false image of his beloved sister, a phantom Guinevere, who would remain in Anor Londo, even though the real princess had long since departed for unknown lands. The illusion he crafted was a masterwork of divine magic, so perfect in every detail that even other gods might have been fooled by its appearance. This phantom princess possessed all of Guinevere's remembered beauty, her gracious manner, her musical voice, and her infinite capacity for offering comfort and blessing to those who sought her aid. Yet beneath the perfect surface, Gwyndolin knew that this was nothing more than a desperate lie, a beautiful falsehood designed to preserve hope in a world where genuine hope was becoming increasingly difficult to find. Creating the illusion required not just magical skill but emotional sacrifice of the most profound kind. To maintain the phantom's perfect resemblance to his sister, Gwyndolin had to immerse himself completely in his memories of her, reliving every conversation they had shared, every moment of joy and sorrow they had experienced together, every expression that had crossed her face in all the long years of their divine existence. The process was simultaneously an act of love and a form of exquisite torture, allowing him to spend time with a shadow of his sister while being constantly reminded that the real Guinevere was forever beyond his reach. The false princess took her place in the great cathedral as if she had never left, receiving pilgrims with the same gracious manner that had made the real Guinevere so beloved, offering blessings that carried at least some measure of divine power, thanks to Gwyndolin's own magical abilities. To the mortal worshippers who journeyed to Anor Londo seeking divine guidance, nothing seemed to have changed. Their goddess was still there, still radiant, still willing to listen to their prayers and offer them the comfort they so desperately needed. Yet maintaining such a complex and emotionally demanding illusion came at a cost that grew heavier with each passing day. Gwyndolin found himself increasingly isolated, spending more and more of his time in the hidden chambers beneath Anor Londo, where he could drop the pretense and acknowledge the full weight of his loneliness and grief. The god who had once found joy in the subtle beauty of moonlight and the gentle mysteries of shadow now existed primarily to maintain a lie, no matter how beautiful or necessary that lie might be. As Lord Gwyn's condition continued to deteriorate, and his plans for preserving the Age of Fire grew increasingly desperate, Gwyndolin watched with prophetic vision as his father prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. The great Lord of Sunlight, faced with the choice between allowing the flame to die naturally and burning himself to fuel its continuation, chose to walk into the kiln of the first flame and offer his own divine essence as kindling for the cosmic fire that kept the world alive. The death of Lord Gwyn was not a sudden event, but a gradual burning away of everything that had made him who he was. A slow transformation from mighty god to hollow shell that retained his power but lost his wisdom, his compassion, and ultimately his sanity. Gwyndolin, connected to his father through bonds that transcended the merely physical, felt every moment of that agonizing transformation, experienced secondhand the terrible price that was paid to buy the world a few more years of warmth and light. With his father gone and his sister departed, Gwyndolin became the sole ruler of Anor Londo, a god of shadows ruling over a realm that had been built to celebrate the glory of sunlight. The irony was not lost on him, but there was no time for bitter laughter when so many responsibilities demanded his immediate attention. The Phantom Guinevere required constant maintenance, her illusion needing to be refreshed and renewed with each passing day. The mortal pilgrims continued to arrive seeking divine guidance, and they deserved to receive at least some measure of genuine help for their journeys. The great mechanisms that kept Anor Londo functioning needed oversight, and the political relationships with the various mortal kingdoms required careful management. Yet perhaps the most demanding aspect of his new role was the need to maintain hope in others while privately acknowledging that hope might be nothing more than a beautiful delusion. Gwyndolin had seen in his prophetic visions the likely outcomes of his father's sacrifice, had witnessed the temporary nature of the reprieve that Gwyn's self-immolation would purchase for the world. He knew that the Age of Fire was still ending, just more slowly than it would have without divine intervention, and that eventually even the most desperate measures would prove insufficient to prevent the coming of the Age of Dark. The weight of this knowledge, combined with the emotional toll of maintaining the false Guinevere and the practical demands of ruling a divine realm, slowly began to change the fundamental nature of Gwyndolin's existence. Where once he had been a god of gentle mysteries and subtle magic, he became something harder and more calculating, a deity whose primary concerns were tactical rather than spiritual, political rather than personal. The transformation was so gradual that even Gwyndolin himself might not have noticed it, if not for the moments when he caught glimpses of himself in polished surfaces and realized that his own reflection had begun to look like a stranger. His eyes had grown colder, his expression more guarded, and his entire bearing had shifted from the open curiosity of youth to the watchful wariness of someone who had learned that even the most beautiful truths could become weapons in the wrong hands. Centuries passed in this manner, with Gwyndolin maintaining his careful balance between truth and deception, hope and despair, the public face of divine authority and the private reality of increasing uncertainty. The illusion of Guinevere became so much a part of his daily existence that sometimes he could almost forget she was not real, could lose himself so completely in the phantom's presence that her absence felt like a fresh wound rather than an old ache that had never quite healed. Yet there were always reminders that pierced through even the most perfect illusions. Pilgrims would sometimes speak of dreams they had received from the Princess of Sunlight, visions that contained guidance or warnings that the false Guinevere had never given. Scholars would discover ancient texts that referenced the real princess in ways that made it clear they had been written by someone who had actually met her rather than merely worshipping her from a distance. And sometimes, in the deep hours of the night when Anor Londo was empty of mortal visitors, Gwyndolin would hear echoes of his sister's real laughter drifting through halls where only phantom footsteps should have been able to tread. These moments of piercing reality served as constant reminders of what had been lost, not just in terms of personal relationships, but in the broader context of what the gods had once represented to the world. There had been a time when divine authority had been based on genuine wisdom and benevolent power, when mortals could look to their gods and see examples of everything they might aspire to become. Now that relationship was built increasingly on necessary deceptions, beautiful lies designed to prevent despair rather than to inspire genuine hope. The arrival of the chosen undead in Anor Londo represented both an opportunity and a terrible test of everything Gwyndolin had built during his long years of solitary rule. This mortal hero, driven by prophecies and guided by forces beyond normal understanding, possessed the potential to change the fundamental nature of reality itself, to break the cycle of flame and darkness that had defined existence for so long that most had forgotten there had ever been any other way. Yet the chosen undead also represented a threat to the careful balance that Gwyndolin had maintained for so long. If this mortal hero discovered the truth about the phantom Guinevere, if the beautiful illusion was shattered at precisely the moment when hope was most desperately needed, the consequences might be catastrophic, not just for Anor Londo, but for every mortal soul who still believed that the gods cared about their fate. The confrontation, when it finally came, was everything that Gwyndolin had feared, and more. The chosen undead possessed not just the power to see through illusions, but the terrible honesty to act upon that sight, to strike down beautiful lies in service of ugly truths. When the phantom Guinevere fell beneath the hero's blade, dissolving into motes of light that revealed the barren reality of what Anor Londo had become, Gwyndolin felt as though his sister was dying all over again, as though the last connection to the golden age of the gods was being severed before his very eyes. The transformation of Anor Londo from a realm of eternal sunlight to a place of cold darkness was more than merely symbolic. It was the physical manifestation of hopes dying, of illusions crumbling, of truths too terrible to bear finally being acknowledged by those who had spent so long avoiding them. The great cathedral that had once blazed with golden light now stood empty and cold, its stained glass windows no longer filtering divine radiance, but simply marking the boundaries between interior shadow and exterior night. In the hidden chambers beneath this transformed realm, Gwyndolin prepared for what he knew would likely be his final battle, not because he expected to die, but because he understood that regardless of its outcome, this confrontation would mark the end of everything he had worked so hard to preserve. The age of beautiful deceptions was ending, and what would replace it remained uncertain in ways that even his prophetic vision could not penetrate. The battle itself was less a contest of martial prowess than a collision between two different philosophies of existence. The chosen undead's commitment to truth regardless of its consequences, and Gwyndolin's dedication to preserving hope through whatever means proved necessary. Each spell cast and each blow struck was an argument made in the language of violence, a debate about the proper relationship between reality and desire, played out with weapons that could reshape the fundamental nature of the world. Yet even as he fought with all the power at his divine command, Gwyndolin found himself strangely grateful for this final confrontation. For so many years he had borne the weight of his deceptions alone, had carried the burden of being the only one who knew the full truth about what Anor Londo had become. Now, at last, there was someone else who understood. Someone who could see past the beautiful lies to the desperate love that had motivated their creation. Whether the Dark Sun lived or died in that final battle was perhaps less important than the fact that the truth had finally been acknowledged, that the long charade of divine perfection had finally been allowed to end. In the ruins of his carefully constructed illusions, amid the wreckage of hopes and dreams that had sustained an entire civilization, Gwyndolin could finally rest from the burden of maintaining lies, no matter how beautiful those lies had been. The tragedy of the fallen Sun Princess was complete, not with her original departure from Anor Londo, but with this final shattering of the illusion that had kept her memory alive. Guinevere had fled to preserve her integrity, but in doing so she had condemned her beloved brother to a life of beautiful lies and necessary deceptions that slowly consumed everything that had made him who he was. And in the darkness that settled over Anor Londo like a burial shroud, the god's long age of influence over mortal affairs finally came to its end, leaving behind only ruins and memories of a time when divine love had been real rather than illusory, when hope had been based on genuine promise rather than desperate pretense, and when the warmth of sunlight had been more than just a trick of shadows and carefully positioned mirrors. In the deepest chambers beneath the great fortress of Izalith, where the very stones glowed with inner fire and the air itself seemed to burn with possibilities that mortal minds could barely comprehend, there lived a being whose wisdom and power had shaped the fundamental nature of reality since the dawn of time itself. The Witch of Izalith was not merely one of the great lords who had claimed dominion over the world in its youth, but the keeper of secrets that predated the coming of light, the guardian of flames that had burned since before the first star was kindled in the endless void of primordial darkness. She was ancient beyond the ability of lesser minds to grasp, her existence stretching back to epochs when the world was nothing but grey stone and everlasting dragons, when concepts like warmth and cold, light and shadow, life and death were merely theoretical possibilities waiting for someone with sufficient wisdom and power to call them into being. Yet, for all her incredible age and the weight of cosmic responsibility that rested upon her shoulders, the witch retained something that many of her fellow lords had lost in their long rise to divinity, a deep and abiding love for the children she had brought forth from her own essence, daughters who were as much a part of her as her own heartbeat. The witch's domain was a realm of controlled chaos, where the raw power of flame had been harnessed and directed through arts so ancient and complex that even the greatest scholars of later ages would struggle to understand their most basic principles. Here, in chambers carved from volcanic rock and cooled magma, she had spent millennia perfecting the delicate balance between creation and destruction that allowed fire to serve as a tool of civilization rather than an agent of random devastation. Her forges burned with flames of every conceivable color, each one attuned to different aspects of the cosmic forces she commanded, and from these workshops had emerged wonders that seemed to blur the line between magic and technology. Yet, it was not her mastery of flame magic that defined the witch's truest nature, but rather her role as a mother whose love for her children transcended even her dedication to the cosmic responsibilities that had been thrust upon her by fate and circumstance. Her daughters were living embodiments of different aspects of her own divine essence, each one unique and precious in ways that went far beyond their considerable individual powers and abilities. Quellan, the fair lady, as she would come to be known in the dark days that lay ahead, possessed a gentleness that seemed almost miraculous in a realm where raw power was the most common currency of influence and respect. She was beautiful in ways that owed nothing to mere physical appearance, and everything to the purity of spirit that radiated from her like light from a perfectly cut jewel. Her magic was focused not on destruction or domination, but on healing and nurturing, on encouraging growth and protecting the vulnerable from harm. Where her mother commanded the wild aspects of flame that could reduce mountains to ash or turn rivers to steam, Quel'Ern had mastered the gentler fires that warmed hearths and protected homes, that cooked food and provided light during the long watches of the night. Her presence could comfort the frightened, heal the wounded, and bring hope to those who had been abandoned by all other sources of solace. In her hands, the same elemental forces that her mother wielded as weapons of cosmic significance became instruments of mercy and compassion. Quel'Arg, the second daughter, embodied a different aspect of the witch's nature, the fierce protectiveness that could transform love into a weapon more terrible than any blade or spell. She was passion incarnate, her every emotion burning with an intensity that could inspire others to great deeds or reduce them to ashes, depending on whether they stood with her or against her. Her beauty was of the kind that could stop armies in their tracks, but it was a beauty that carried within it the promise of destruction for anyone who might threaten those she held dear. Unlike her gentler sister, Quel'Arg had inherited her mother's gift for the more dramatic applications of flame magic, her spells capable of turning entire battlefields into infernos, or reducing fortress walls to molten slag with seemingly effortless ease. Yet this power was never wielded carelessly or for mere display, for Quel'Arg understood better than most that true strength lay not in the ability to destroy, but in the wisdom to know when destruction was necessary and when mercy might serve better. The relationship between the two sisters was one of the most beautiful things in a realm that was already filled with wonders beyond counting. Despite their very different temperaments and approaches to the magical arts, they complemented each other perfectly. Quel'Arn's gentleness tempering Quel'Arg's intensity, while Quel'Arg's fierce protectiveness provided security that allowed her sister's compassionate nature to flourish without fear. They would spend hours together in the deepest chambers of their mother's domain, sharing secrets and dreams, practicing magical techniques that pushed the boundaries of what even divine beings might accomplish, and simply enjoying the comfortable companionship that can exist only between those who understand each other completely. Their laughter would echo through corridors that had witnessed the birth of cosmic forces, a sound so pure and joyful that even the ancient stones seemed to resonate in harmony with their happiness. The witch watched her daughter's relationship with the pride and satisfaction that only a loving parent can know, understanding that in their bond she had created something that transcended even her own considerable achievements. Here was love in its purest form, untroubled by jealousy or competition, unmarked by the ambition and conflict that so often poisoned relationships between beings of great power. In a world where gods and mortals alike seemed increasingly consumed by their struggles for dominance and influence, the simple affection between her daughters stood as a beacon of what existence could be when guided by wisdom and compassion rather than by fear and desire. Yet even as the witch took joy in her daughter's happiness, she could not entirely ignore the signs that suggested the golden age of the Lords was slowly drawing toward its end. The flame that had brought order to a world of chaos, that had made possible the rise of civilization and the flourishing of countless forms of life, was not as eternal and unchanging as most had assumed. Like all fires, no matter how mighty they might seem, it consumed fuel to maintain its brightness, and that fuel was not inexhaustible. The signs were subtle at first, visible only to those with the wisdom and experience to understand their significance. The flames in the deepest forges burned with slightly less intensity than they once had, requiring more careful tending to maintain their proper balance. The magical arts that depended on drawing power directly from the cosmic fire required more effort to achieve the same effects that had once been accomplished with seemingly effortless ease. Most telling of all, the very air in the deepest chambers began to carry within it a barely perceptible chill, as if winter was slowly creeping into places where eternal summer had reigned since the beginning of time. These changes filled the witch with a concern that went far deeper than mere worry about her own welfare or that of her immediate family. She understood better than most how interconnected all aspects of existence were, how the failure of one fundamental force could cascade through the entire structure of reality in ways that might prove impossible to predict or control. If the first flame were to die, it would not simply mean the end of the Age of Fire, but potentially the collapse of everything that had been built upon the foundation that fire had provided. The other lords, each dealing with their own spheres of influence and their own growing concerns about the future, began to convene in council with increasing frequency, their discussions growing more urgent and desperate as the evidence of the flame's decline became impossible to ignore. Lord Gwyn, whose very essence was bound up with the power of lightning and sunlight, spoke increasingly of the need for sacrifice, of the willingness to give up parts of themselves to preserve the cosmic order that had made their reign possible. The conversations that took place in these gatherings were unlike any that had occurred since the earliest days when the lords had first claimed dominion over the world. Where once their meetings had been filled with confident planning and bold declarations of intent, now there was an undercurrent of fear that no amount of divine power could entirely suppress. They were facing something that none of them had ever encountered before: the possibility of genuine failure, of being unable to protect the world they had shaped and the countless beings who depended upon their continued success. It was in this atmosphere of growing desperation that the witch conceived the plan that would ultimately lead to her destruction and the birth of a new form of suffering that would plague the world for ages to come. Her idea was both brilliant and terrible in its simplicity. If the first flame was dying because it lacked sufficient fuel to maintain its cosmic function, then perhaps it might be possible to create a new flame, one that could supplement or even replace the original fire as the foundation upon which all existence rested. The theoretical possibility of such an undertaking had been debated among the greatest magical theorists for generations, but it had always been dismissed as far too dangerous to attempt. The forces involved in creating and maintaining a cosmic-level flame were so vast and complex that even the slightest miscalculation could result in consequences that would make the worst natural disasters seem like gentle summer breezes by comparison. Yet the witch's desperation, combined with her unmatched understanding of flame magic and her deep love for all the life that the dying fire had made possible, drove her to believe that the risks were worth taking. Her plan was audacious beyond anything that had ever been attempted in the history of the world. Using her own life force as the initial catalyst, she would attempt to ignite a new flame using principles of magic so advanced and dangerous that they existed more as theoretical possibilities than as practical techniques. The ritual would require not just her own power, but also the combined strength of her daughters, their magical abilities serving to stabilize and direct the cosmic forces that would be unleashed during the process of creation. The preparations for this unprecedented magical working consumed months of intensive research and experimentation, as the witch delved into lore so ancient and dangerous that much of it existed only in fragments and half-remembered legends. She studied the fundamental principles that governed the relationship between flame and existence, explored the deepest mysteries of creation and destruction, and pushed her understanding of magical theory into realms where even gods might fear to tread. Her daughters, recognizing the importance of what their mother was attempting but not fully comprehending the magnitude of the risks involved, threw themselves into the preparations with the same dedication and enthusiasm they had always brought to their magical studies. They practiced the complex spell sequences that would be required to channel and direct the enormous energies involved, refined their understanding of the theoretical principles that would govern the ritual, and prepared themselves mentally and spiritually for what they believed would be their contribution to the salvation of the world. The ritual chamber where the attempt would take place was prepared with meticulous care, its walls inscribed with protective symbols and stabilizing enchantments that drew upon every school of magical knowledge that the witch had mastered over her long existence. The floor was marked with intricate patterns that would help to channel the cosmic forces that would be unleashed, while the ceiling was open to the sky so that the new flame, if successfully created, would have room to grow and expand as its power increased. Yet for all their careful preparation, for all the wisdom and experience that the witch brought to bear upon this ultimate challenge, there were forces at work that even her vast understanding could not fully anticipate or control. The creation of a cosmic flame was not simply a matter of applying sufficient power to the right combination of magical principles, but rather an act that touched upon the very foundations of existence itself, calling into question assumptions about the nature of reality that had remained unchallenged since the beginning of time. When the ritual finally began, with the witch and her daughters taking their positions around the carefully prepared chamber and beginning the complex series of incantations and gestures that would initiate the process, the very air seemed to thicken with potential energy. The flames that danced around the chamber walls burned with colors that had no names, while the ancient stones beneath their feet began to resonate with harmonics that spoke of forces being awakened that had slumbered since the world's creation. For a time, it seemed as though the impossible might actually be achieved. The energies being channeled through the ritual grew stronger and more stable with each passing moment, while the embryonic flame that began to form at the chamber's center showed every sign of developing into exactly the kind of cosmic fire that could serve as a new foundation for all existence. The witch felt a surge of hope and triumph that seemed to justify every risk they had taken, every sacrifice they had been willing to make. But the forces they were attempting to control were older and more powerful than even the witch's vast experience had prepared her to understand. The moment when the new flame achieved a critical threshold of power and began to take on a life of its own marked not the beginning of salvation but the commencement of a catastrophe beyond anything that had ever been witnessed in the history of the world. The flame of chaos, as it would come to be known in the dark ages that followed, was indeed a cosmic fire, but it was one that embodied not the controlled power that had characterized the first flame, but rather the wild, destructive aspects of creation that existed beyond the boundaries of order and reason. Instead of supplementing the dying flame that kept the world stable, the new fire began to consume everything within reach, growing stronger and more chaotic with every moment as it fed upon the magical energies that surrounded it. The witch, realizing too late that her great work had gone catastrophically wrong, threw all of her remaining power into a desperate attempt to contain the force she had unleashed. But the flame of chaos had already grown beyond any possibility of control, and her efforts to restrain it only served to draw her more completely into its burning embrace. She felt herself being consumed not just physically but spiritually, her very essence being transformed into something that was no longer truly alive, but was also far from being peacefully dead. The transformation that overtook her was perhaps the most horrifying fate that had ever befallen any of the great lords. Where once she had been a being of wisdom and compassion, a loving mother whose greatest joy lay in nurturing and protecting those she held dear, she became the bed of chaos, a twisted fusion of what she had been and what the chaotic flame was making her become. Her consciousness remained partially intact, trapped within a form that had become the source of every demon that would plague the world in the ages to come, forced to witness the birth of countless creatures of destruction that carried within them fragments of her own corrupted essence. Her daughters, caught within the sphere of the ritual's catastrophic failure, suffered fates that were in their own ways even more tragic than what befell their mother. The gentle Quaylan found herself transformed in body, her lower form becoming that of a great spider, while her torso remained recognizably human, creating a hybrid creature that embodied both beauty and horror in equal measure. Yet the physical transformation was nothing compared to the spiritual change that the chaos brought to her soul. The fair lady's gift for healing and nurturing others, which had been the defining characteristic of her divine nature, was twisted by the chaotic energies into something that was simultaneously blessing and curse. She retained her ability to ease the suffering of others, but at a terrible cost. Every wound she healed, every pain she alleviated, every burden she lifted from another soul was transferred to her own being, accumulating within her like poison that could never be purged. Her compassionate nature made it impossible for her to refuse aid to any who sought her help, yet every act of mercy only added to her own suffering in ways that grew more unbearable with each passing day. The residents of the pestilent town of Blighttown, afflicted with diseases and curses that seemed to multiply even as they were treated, came to her in endless streams seeking relief, and she could not turn them away, even knowing that their healing came at the cost of her own torment. Quaylarg's fate was perhaps even more bitter, for her fierce protectiveness toward her sister was transformed into the driving force behind her own corruption. The physical changes that overtook her mirrored those that had claimed Quellan, the lower body of a great spider, the torso of a woman whose beauty had been enhanced rather than diminished by the chaotic energies that flowed through her. But where her sister's transformation had twisted her healing nature into a source of personal suffering, Quaylarg's protective instincts were corrupted into something that demanded terrible prices from those around her. The Spider-Woman found herself consumed by an hunger that could only be satisfied by the consumption of humanity itself, not the physical substance, but the spiritual essence that gave mortals their capacity for growth, change, and hope. She understood with crystal clarity that this hunger was an abomination, that feeding it meant destroying the very kinds of beings she had once dedicated her existence to protecting. Yet the alternative was to watch her beloved sister suffer without any means of providing relief. For only by consuming humanity could Quaylarg gather the spiritual energy necessary to ease Quaylan's endless pain. The relationship between the two sisters, once a source of pure joy and mutual support, became a cycle of sacrifice and guilt that poisoned every moment of their continued existence. Quaylarg would venture forth from the deep places where they had made their refuge, seeking travelers and adventurers whose humanity she could harvest to bring temporary relief to her sister's suffering. Each life she took weighed upon her conscience like a stone, yet the knowledge that her sister's pain would continue without these terrible offerings made refusal impossible. Quaylan, meanwhile, was tormented not just by the physical agony that accompanied her transformed nature, but by the certain knowledge that her sister's increasingly monstrous actions were motivated entirely by love. Every drop of relief from pain that she received came at the cost of innocent lives, yet her own compassionate nature made it impossible for her to ask Quaylarg to stop, knowing that such a request would force her sister to watch helplessly as suffering slowly destroyed everything that remained of the fair lady's original self. The demons that began to emerge from the corrupted realm that had once been the witch's domain were physical manifestations of the chaos that now ruled there, creatures born from the intersection of order and madness that embodied aspects of both creation and destruction. Each demon was unique in its own horrible way, Yet all of them carried within their twisted forms echoes of what the witch had once been. Fragments of her wisdom transformed into cunning, pieces of her love converted into possessiveness, aspects of her protective nature warped into territorial aggression. These creatures spread across the world like a plague of living nightmares, bringing with them not just physical destruction, but a kind of spiritual corruption that made everything they touched slightly less than it had been before. Where demons passed, crops withered and died, water became poisonous, and even the strongest-willed mortals found themselves plagued by dreams that spoke of chaos and destruction as if they were not just possibilities but inevitable destinies. Yet perhaps the most tragic aspect of the demons' existence was that many of them retained enough of their creator's original nature to understand what they had become and to mourn for what they had lost. Some of the more intelligent specimens would sometimes be found weeping in the ruins of places they had destroyed, their tears mixing with the ashes of their victims, while they struggled to comprehend how their existence had become synonymous with suffering and loss. The witch herself, transformed into the bed of chaos but not entirely destroyed by the process, became a kind of living monument to the principle that good intentions could sometimes lead to consequences more terrible than the most malicious evil. Trapped within a form that was simultaneously plant and mineral, organic and inorganic, she retained enough consciousness to understand what she had done and what she had become, yet lacked the power to undo any of the damage that her failed attempt at salvation had caused. In the deepest chambers of what had once been her glorious domain, the bed of chaos continued to birth new demons with each passing day, each creation another reminder of how completely her great work had been perverted from its original purpose. She who had sought to create a flame that would preserve life for countless ages had instead become the source of creatures that existed primarily to destroy and corrupt everything they encountered. The irony was so complete and so bitter that it transcended mere tragedy and entered the realm of cosmic horror. The very qualities that had made the witch one of the most beloved and respected of the great lords, her creativity, her dedication to preservation and growth, her willingness to sacrifice herself for the benefit of others, had been transformed by the chaotic energies into the instruments of her own corruption and the sources of suffering for countless innocent beings. And yet, even in her transformed state, traces of her original nature persisted like flowers growing in the cracks of broken stone. Occasionally, travelers who managed to penetrate the demon-infested ruins that had once been her realm would report encounters with mysterious, beneficent presences that seemed to offer protection or guidance without any apparent motive beyond simple kindness. These experiences were always brief and often dismissed as hallucinations brought on by the stress of navigating such a dangerous environment, but those who experienced them came away with the unshakable conviction that something loving still existed in that place of chaos and destruction. The ultimate tragedy of the Witch of Izalith was not that she had failed in her attempt to save the world, for failure was always a possibility that any rational being understood might accompany even the most carefully planned endeavors. The real tragedy was that her failure had transformed her into the very antithesis of everything she had ever valued or hoped to achieve, making her the unwilling source of exactly the kind of suffering she had spent her entire existence trying to prevent. In the end, when heroes would eventually come to challenge the bed of chaos and put an end to its long torment, they would be performing not an act of conquest, but of mercy, freeing the witch from a form of existence that had become more unbearable than any conceivable death. Her destruction would mark not the defeat of an enemy, but the final rest of a being whose greatest tragedy was that her love for life had been so profound that she was willing to risk everything to preserve it, only to discover that some prices are simply too high for any outcome to justify paying. and in the silence that would follow her passing, the demons she had unwittingly created would continue to roam the world, living reminders of how even the purest intentions could be corrupted when combined with powers too vast for any single consciousness to comprehend or control. They would serve as eternal monuments to the witch's memory, not as she had hoped to be remembered, but as she had actually been, a loving mother and wise ruler whose attempt to save everything had instead ensured that nothing would ever be quite the same again. In the sun-drenched lands of Katarina, where rolling hills stretched endlessly beneath skies so blue they seemed painted by the gods themselves, and where the very air carried the scent of wildflowers and the promise of adventure around every bend in the winding roads, there lived a knight whose reputation for cheerfulness was matched only by his skill with blade and shield. Siegmeyer of Katarina was a figure who seemed to embody everything that the idealized concept of knighthood was meant to represent: honor without arrogance, courage without recklessness, and a joy in simple pleasures that made even the most mundane encounters feel like celebrations of life itself. His armor was as distinctive as his personality, crafted in the unique style of his homeland that resembled nothing so much as a great onion, its bulbous curves and layered construction, providing protection that was both practical and unmistakably cheerful in appearance. The design had been mocked by some foreign knights who favored more conventional styles, but Siegmeyer wore it with such obvious pride and satisfaction that even the most cynical observers found their criticism melting away in the face of his genuine enthusiasm for his homeland's traditions. The knight's weapon of choice was a massive sword that seemed almost comically oversized for normal combat, its blade broad enough to serve as a shield and heavy enough to cleave through the strongest armor with ease. Yet in Siegmeyer's capable hands, this ungainly weapon became an instrument of surprising grace and precision, its every movement speaking of decades of dedicated practice and an understanding of combat that went far deeper than mere technical proficiency. But it was not his martial prowess that made Siegmeyer beloved throughout Katarina and beyond, though that was considerable enough to earn respect from even the most accomplished warriors. Rather, it was his infectious optimism, his genuine delight in meeting new people and experiencing new places, and his remarkable ability to find wonder and beauty in situations that would have left lesser souls discouraged or defeated. He approached each day as if it were the beginning of a grand adventure, and his enthusiasm was so genuine and so persistent that it seemed to transform the very nature of whatever challenges he encountered. Siegmeyer's greatest joy in life came from what he called his little adventures, the small quests and minor obstacles that presented themselves during his travels throughout the kingdom and beyond. These were rarely matters of great cosmic significance or earth-shaking importance, but rather the kinds of everyday problems that any traveler might encounter. A bridge washed out by recent rains, a path blocked by fallen trees, a merchant caravan trapped by bandits who were more mischievous than malicious. Where other knights might have seen such situations as tedious delays or minor inconveniences to be resolved as quickly as possible, Siegmeyer approached them with the same excitement and dedication that heroes of legend brought to their battles against ancient evils and primordial monsters. He would study each obstacle with the intensity of a scholar examining ancient texts, considering multiple approaches and weighing various strategies before settling on the solution that seemed most likely to succeed. His methodology was as endearing as it was effective, involving long periods of thoughtful contemplation, punctuated by sudden bursts of enthusiastic activity, when he believed he had discovered the key to overcoming whatever challenge currently faced him. He would often be found sitting peacefully beside seemingly insurmountable obstacles, his chin resting on his gauntleted hand as he pondered the situation with the patient focus of someone who understood that the best solutions often required time and careful consideration to develop. These moments of quiet reflection were not signs of indecision or lack of confidence, but rather evidence of a philosophical approach to problem solving that recognized the value of understanding a situation completely before attempting to change it. Siegmeyer had learned through long experience that hasty action, no matter how well-intentioned, often created more problems than it solved, and that the patience to wait for the right moment to act was often the difference between success and failure. When he finally did spring into action, however, the transformation was remarkable to witness. The contemplative philosopher would suddenly become a whirlwind of purposeful activity, his massive sword carving through obstacles with precision that made even the most difficult tasks appear effortless. Yet even in these moments of intense physical effort, he maintained the cheerful demeanor that was his hallmark, often humming little songs or making encouraging comments to himself as he worked. The knight's reputation for solving impossible problems through patient observation and creative thinking had spread throughout Katarina and into neighboring kingdoms, earning him invitations to assist with challenges that had stymied other, more conventionally accomplished heroes. Lords and ladies would send messengers across great distances to request his aid, with everything from architectural puzzles to diplomatic complications, and Siegmeyer would accept each invitation with the same genuine enthusiasm, regardless of whether the problem seemed worthy of a knight's attention by traditional standards. Yet for all his success in these endeavors, Siegmeyer never seemed to develop the kind of pride or arrogance that often afflicted those whose accomplishments earned them widespread recognition and respect. He approached each new challenge with the same humble curiosity that had characterized his earliest adventures, genuinely grateful for the opportunity to test his skills and learn something new about the world and his place within it. His daughter, Sieglinde, had inherited many of her father's finest qualities, though she expressed them in ways that reflected her own unique personality and perspective. Where Siegmeyer was content to wander wherever fate and circumstance might lead him, Sieglinde possessed a more directed sense of purpose, her adventures guided by specific goals rather than simple wanderlust. She was every bit as skilled a warrior as her father, her technique with sword and shield refined through years of training and practical experience. But she wielded her abilities with a focus and intensity that spoke of someone who understood that time and opportunity were not unlimited resources to be spent carelessly. The relationship between father and daughter was one of the most beautiful aspects of both their lives, a bond that had been forged through shared adventures and mutual respect, rather than merely the accidents of blood and birth. They had traveled together extensively during Sieglinde's youth, her education in the arts of knighthood taking place not in formal training halls but on the roads and paths that connected the various kingdoms, where theoretical knowledge could be immediately tested against practical challenges. These journeys had created between them an understanding that transcended words, a communication that functioned as much through shared glances and subtle gestures as through actual conversation. They could work together to overcome obstacles with a coordination that seemed almost telepathic, each anticipating the other's actions and adjusting their own behavior accordingly, without the need for detailed discussion or planning. Yet as Sieglinde grew into adulthood and began to develop her own goals and ambitions, the time came when their paths began to diverge in ways that were natural and necessary, but nonetheless tinged with the bittersweet awareness that such partings always bring. She had responsibilities that called her in directions her father was not prepared to follow, while he retained his love for the kind of aimless wandering that she had begun to outgrow. Their farewells were never dramatic or emotional, for both understood that true bonds of affection are not dependent upon physical proximity, and that the love between them would endure regardless of how much distance might separate them. Yet each parting carried with it the unspoken awareness that they were both growing older, that the number of adventures they might share was not infinite, and that every goodbye might potentially be their last. It was during one such period of separation that Siegmeyer's wanderings brought him to the cursed lands of Lordran, a realm where the normal rules of life and death had been suspended in ways that created opportunities for adventure, unlike anything he had ever encountered. The very air of this strange kingdom seemed thick with possibilities, while every path and roadway promised encounters with wonders and challenges that would test even his considerable skills and experience. The knight approached this new realm with the same enthusiastic curiosity that he had brought to every other adventure in his long and eventful career, seeing in its mysteries and dangers not cause for concern but rather opportunities for the kind of meaningful accomplishment that had always been his greatest source of satisfaction. The fact that Lordran was plagued by undead curses and populated by creatures of nightmare did not discourage him in the least, for Siegmeyer had never been one to allow potential difficulties to prevent him from pursuing experiences that promised to expand his understanding of the world. His first encounters with the unique challenges that Lordran presented seemed to validate his optimistic expectations, as he found himself facing exactly the kinds of puzzling obstacles that had always brought out the best in his problem-solving abilities. Ancient mechanisms that had been dormant for centuries, architectural challenges that required both strength and ingenuity to overcome, strategic problems that demanded careful observation and patient analysis. All of these were familiar territory for a knight whose greatest pleasure in life came from proving that apparent impossibilities were merely puzzles waiting for the puzzles right approach to unlock their solutions. Yet as Siegmeyer delved deeper into the mysteries of this cursed realm, he began to encounter something that he had rarely faced in all his years of adventuring problems that seemed to resist solution, not because they were too complex to understand, but because they possessed no solution at all. The curse of undeath that afflicted Lordran was not a puzzle to be solved through clever thinking or determined effort, but rather a fundamental alteration of reality that created situations where traditional concepts of success and failure no longer applied. The knight found himself facing obstacles that could not be overcome through any combination of skill, strength, or ingenuity. Challenges that seemed designed not to test his abilities, but to demonstrate their ultimate inadequacy. Gates that remained sealed despite every effort to open them. Paths that led nowhere regardless of how carefully they were followed. Enemies that could not be defeated because they possessed no conventional weakness that might be exploited. For someone whose entire identity had been built around his ability to find solutions to seemingly impossible problems, these encounters with genuine impossibility were more devastating than any physical defeat could have been. Siegmeyer began to experience for the first time in his adult life the bitter taste of true helplessness, the knowledge that his skills and experience were not sufficient to overcome every challenge that the world might place before him. The psychological impact of these failures was profound and cumulative. Each unsuccessful attempt to solve an unsolvable problem, adding weight to a burden of doubt and discouragement that grew heavier with every passing day. The cheerful optimism that had been his defining characteristic throughout his entire career began to show cracks, moments of silence and introspection, replacing the constant stream of enthusiastic commentary that had once accompanied his every action. Yet Siegmeyer's fundamental decency and strength of character prevented him from simply abandoning his quest or retreating to the safety of more familiar territories. Even as hope began to fade and his confidence in his own abilities eroded, he continued to push forward, driven by a sense of duty that went deeper than mere personal satisfaction or the desire for adventure. He had committed himself to this path, and his honor demanded that he see it through to whatever conclusion awaited him, regardless of what that conclusion might cost him personally. It was during this period of growing struggle and diminishing hope that other travelers began to cross Siegmeyer's path, fellow adventurers who were pursuing their own quests through the twisted landscape of Lordran. Some of these encounters proved beneficial, offering opportunities for mutual assistance, or the sharing of information that proved valuable in overcoming specific obstacles. Others were merely social interactions, brief moments of human companionship that provided welcome relief from the isolation that was an inevitable part of solo adventuring in such a hostile environment. But there was one traveler whose path intersected with Siegmeyer's on multiple occasions, a mysterious figure whose extraordinary capabilities and unwavering determination marked them as someone pursuing goals of far greater significance than the small adventures that had always satisfied the Katarina Knight. This individual, whom Siegmeyer came to regard as a friend despite their minimal conversation and the gulf that separated their respective ambitions, seemed to possess an almost supernatural ability to overcome the very obstacles that had proven insurmountable to others. The relationship that developed between them was unlike any that Siegmeyer had experienced in his long career as a wandering knight, where his previous partnerships had been based on mutual benefit or shared objectives. This connection seemed to flow primarily in one direction, with the mysterious traveler repeatedly appearing at moments when Siegmeyer's own efforts had reached their limits and providing the final push needed to achieve success. These interventions were always subtle and respectful, never making Siegmeyer feel inadequate or dependent, but rather creating situations where his own contributions remained meaningful, even when they were not sufficient by themselves to ensure victory. The unknown hero would eliminate the most dangerous enemies or remove the most intractable obstacles, leaving problems that were difficult but not impossible for a skilled knight to handle independently. Yet each such encounter, grateful as Siegmeyer was for the assistance it provided, also served as a reminder of his own growing limitations and the extent to which he had become reliant upon help from others to achieve goals that he had once been capable of reaching through his own efforts. The knight who had built his entire identity around his ability to solve problems independently was slowly being forced to accept that independence was a luxury he could no longer afford. The gradual erosion of his self-reliance was accompanied by changes in his behavior and demeanor that were subtle but unmistakable to anyone who had known him in his prime. The long periods of thoughtful contemplation that had once preceded his most successful efforts began to stretch longer and longer, as if he were hoping that additional time might reveal solutions that continued to elude him. His characteristic humming and cheerful commentary became less frequent, replaced by silences that spoke of internal struggles he was reluctant to acknowledge openly. Most troubling of all were the moments when Siegmeyer would seem to forget where he was or what he had been doing, his attention drifting away from immediate concerns to focus on memories of past adventures when challenges had been surmountable and victories achievable through skill and determination alone. These episodes were brief and infrequent at first, but they gradually became more common and more pronounced as the weight of accumulated failures continued to accumulate. The knight's daughter, Sieglinde, following her own path through the dangerous landscape of Lordran, began to hear disturbing reports about her father's condition from other travelers who had encountered him during their journeys. These accounts spoke of a man who seemed increasingly lost and confused, whose famous problem-solving abilities appeared to be failing him at precisely the moments when he needed them most. Driven by love and concern that overrode all other considerations, Sieglinde abandoned her own quest and began a desperate search for her father, following rumors and fragmentary reports across the length and breadth of the Cursed Kingdom. The journey was harrowing in ways that went beyond mere physical danger, as each new piece of information painted an increasingly dire picture of Siegmeyer's mental and emotional condition. The reunion between father and daughter, when it finally occurred, was both joyful and heartbreaking in equal measure. Siegmeyer's delight at seeing Sieglinde was genuine and profound, his face lighting up with something approaching his old enthusiasm as he embraced the child who had grown into a woman of extraordinary capability and determination. Yet even in that moment of happiness, the changes that had overcome him were impossible to ignore. The great knight who had once approached every challenge with unshakable confidence now seemed uncertain and hesitant, second-guessing decisions that he would once have made without a moment's thought. His famous armor, once maintained with meticulous care as a point of professional pride, showed signs of neglect that spoke of a man whose attention was increasingly focused on internal struggles rather than external appearances. Sieglinde's attempts to convince her father to abandon his quest and return with her to the safety of their homeland were motivated by love, but doomed to failure from the outset. Siegmeyer's sense of honor and his deeply ingrained belief that knights must see their chosen paths through to their conclusions made it impossible for him to accept what he saw as an retreat from responsibility, regardless of what such retreat might cost him personally. Their conversations on this subject were painful exercises in mutual frustration, as Sieglinde's practical concerns about her father's safety collided with Siegmeyer's stubborn adherence to principles that no longer seemed adequate to the challenges he faced. She could see clearly that his continued pursuit of his quest was leading him toward destruction, while he could see only that abandoning his chosen path would represent a fundamental betrayal of everything he had ever believed about duty and honor. The compromise they eventually reached was unsatisfying to both, but represented the only middle ground that either could accept without completely abandoning their core principles. Sieglinde would continue her own journey through Lordran, pursuing objectives that were important to her, while remaining close enough to provide assistance if her father's situation became truly desperate. Siegmeyer would continue his quest, but would make an effort to be more cautious and realistic about what he could accomplish independently. Yet even this limited agreement could not address the fundamental problem that was slowly consuming Siegmeyer from within, the growing realization that his skills and experience were no longer sufficient to overcome the challenges he faced, combined with his unwillingness to abandon the principles that had guided his entire adult life. The knight was trapped in a situation where success seemed impossible, but failure was unacceptable, where continuing forward led towards certain destruction, but retreat represented a betrayal of everything he had ever valued. It was in this state of mounting desperation that Siegmeyer made his way toward the demon ruins, following reports of a challenge so dangerous and so significant that success would represent a victory worthy of his greatest efforts, while failure would at least provide the kind of meaningful end that a knight of his stature deserved. The journey to this final confrontation was undertaken not with his characteristic enthusiasm, but with the grim determination of someone who understood that he was walking toward his own death. The ruins themselves were a hellscape of molten rock and poisonous gases, where creatures born from chaos and flame stalked through corridors that had once been part of a great civilization, but now served only as monuments to the price of hubris and failed ambition. The very air burned in the lungs, while the ground beneath one's feet was hot enough to melt metal and reduce stone to slag. Yet, it was not the environmental hazards that represented the greatest threat to anyone brave or foolish enough to venture into these accursed depths, but rather the creatures that had made their homes in the ruins of what had once been a realm of order and beauty. The Chaos Eaters were nightmares given physical form, beings that seemed to exist for no purpose beyond the consumption of everything they encountered, their writhing tentacles and gaping maws capable of devouring not just flesh and bone, but the very essence of life itself. Siegmeyer's encounter with these abominations was everything that a knight's final battle should be: a test of skill and courage against overwhelming odds, where victory was possible, but would require every ounce of ability and determination that he possessed. For a brief, shining moment, it seemed as though the cheerful knight of old had returned, as he faced his monstrous opponents with something approaching his legendary enthusiasm and confidence. The battle that followed was both magnificent and tragic, a display of martial prowess that reminded all who witnessed it why Siegmeyer had once been considered among the finest knights of his generation. His massive sword carved through the chaos creatures with precision and power, while his distinctive armor turned aside attacks that would have proven fatal to lesser warriors. For a time, it seemed as though he might actually achieve the impossible victory that would vindicate his long struggle and restore his faith in his own abilities. Yet the odds were simply too great, the enemies too numerous and too resilient, for even the most skilled warrior to overcome through conventional means. As the battle stretched on, and his strength began to fail, Siegmeyer found himself surrounded by creatures whose hunger for destruction seemed as limitless as their numbers. The moment when defeat became inevitable was also the moment when the old knight finally found the clarity and purpose that had eluded him throughout his long struggle in the cursed lands of Lordran. Faced with the choice between a meaningless death that would accomplish nothing and a meaningful sacrifice that might at least serve some useful purpose, Siegmeyer made the decision that defined him as both a knight and a man. Rather than fighting purely for his own survival, he committed himself fully to ensuring that his death would have meaning, that his sacrifice would create opportunities for others to succeed where he had failed. The final moments of his life were perhaps the most heroic of his entire career, as he threw himself into the midst of his enemies with complete disregard for his own safety, his only concern being to inflict as much damage as possible before his strength finally gave out completely. His blades sang through the air with deadly efficiency, each strike carefully calculated to maximize the harm done to his monstrous opponents while conserving just enough energy to deliver one more attack. When Sieglinde finally reached the scene of her father's last battle, drawn by reports of the tremendous conflict that had taken place in the deepest chambers of the demon ruins, she found him surrounded by the corpses of the creatures he had slain, his life's blood mixing with the acidic remains of his enemies to create pools that steamed and hissed in the superheated air. His armor was battered beyond repair, his sword broken from the tremendous forces it had been called upon to withstand, but his face bore an expression of peace and satisfaction that she had not seen there for many months. The knight who had spent his final years struggling with problems that had no solutions, facing challenges that were designed to be insurmountable, had finally found a situation where his skills and determination could make a meaningful difference. His death was not a defeat but a victory, not an ending but a completion of a life lived according to principles that valued honor and duty above personal safety or comfort. Sieglinde's tears as she knelt beside her father's body were not tears of grief alone, but tears of pride and understanding, recognition that he had found in death the meaning and purpose that had begun to elude him in life. The cheerful knight who had approached every challenge as an adventure had concluded his long career with the greatest adventure of all, the willing sacrifice of life itself in service of something greater than personal survival. In the silence that followed, broken only by the distant sounds of the ruins settling around them, Sieglinde understood that her father's true victory had not been in the monsters he had slain or the obstacles he had overcome, but in his refusal to allow despair and failure to corrupt the essential goodness that had defined his character throughout his long and eventful life. He had remained true to himself and to his principles, even when those principles led him towards certain death, and in doing so had achieved a form of immortality that no amount of worldly success could have provided. The legacy of Siegmeyer of Katarina would live on not in monuments or songs, though both would eventually be created to honor his memory, but in the example he had set of how a truly good person responds to impossible circumstances with courage, with humor when possible, with dignity always, and with an unwavering commitment to doing what is right regardless of what such commitment might cost. In the depths of a realm that existed beyond the boundaries of the normal world, where reality itself seemed painted in brushstrokes of sorrow and exile, there stood a sanctuary unlike any other place that had ever been conceived or created by mortal hands. The painted world of Ariamis was not born from natural forces or divine will, but rather from the desperate need to provide refuge for those souls whom the wider world had deemed too dangerous, too different, or too tragic to be permitted a place among ordinary society. This strange dimension had been crafted by artists whose understanding of both beauty and suffering transcended the normal limits of human comprehension, their techniques blending pigment and canvas with magic so profound that the boundary between representation and reality became meaningless. Every snowflake that drifted through its eternal winter, every stone that formed its ancient architecture, every shadow that fell across its melancholy landscape had been brought into existence through acts of creation that were simultaneously artistic expression and divine miracle. The realm was vast beyond easy measurement, its boundaries defined not by physical limitations, but by the accumulated weight of all the sorrow and longing that had gone into its making. Endless fields of snow stretched toward horizons that seemed to recede infinitely, while ancient structures of impossible beauty rose from the white landscape like monuments to dreams that had been too pure for the waking world to contain. The sky above was neither day nor night, but something altogether more complex, a twilight that spoke of times and places that existed only in memory and imagination. Yet for all its ethereal beauty and otherworldly atmosphere, the painted world was not merely an artistic exercise or aesthetic experiment. It served a purpose that was both practical and profoundly compassionate, providing a home for beings who had been cast out from the normal world, not because they were evil or malicious, but simply because their very existence posed challenges that ordinary society was unprepared to address. Here lived the undead who had retained their sanity and compassion despite the curse that had transformed their flesh, creatures who had been driven from human settlements not because of any crimes they had committed, but because their appearance inspired fear and revulsion in those who could not understand that physical transformation did not necessarily indicate spiritual corruption. Their gratitude for this sanctuary was profound and enduring, manifesting in the careful way they maintained the realm's ancient structures and the gentle courtesy they showed to all who shared their exile. Dragons who had survived the great war against their kind found peace in the painted valleys, their ancient wisdom no longer seen as a threat, but valued as a source of guidance and understanding. These magnificent beings, once feared as destroyers and tyrants, revealed themselves in this place of refuge to be creatures of profound intelligence and surprising gentleness, their long lives having taught them the value of contemplation and the futility of conquest as paths to genuine fulfillment. Hybrid beings whose mixed heritage made them unwelcome in the communities of either parent species discovered that in the painted world, difference was not a source of shame but simply another variation in the infinite spectrum of existence. Half-dragons walked alongside half-humans, while creatures whose ancestry combined elements from multiple races found themselves valued for the unique perspectives their diverse backgrounds provided, rather than scorned for their failure to fit neatly into established categories. Even the ravens that filled the painted skies were refugees of a sort, their intelligence and apparent immunity to most forms of harm, making them objects of suspicion and fear among those who preferred their animals to be simple and predictable. In this realm of outcasts, however, their wisdom was welcomed and their loyalty treasured by all who had learned to value companionship wherever it might be found. At the heart of this sanctuary of the unwanted stood a tower that seemed to have been grown rather than built, its organic curves and flowing lines suggesting something that had emerged from the dreams of the world itself rather than from any conventional architectural tradition. This structure served as both palace and prison, home and fortress, for the being who ruled over the painted world with a combination of authority and benevolence that few monarchs in the ordinary world had ever managed to achieve. Crossbreed Priscilla was perhaps the most tragic and beautiful of all the realm's inhabitants, a being whose very existence represented everything that made the painted world necessary. Born from the union of dragon and deity, she possessed aspects of both natures that should have made her one of the most powerful and revered beings in all of creation. Instead, her mixed heritage had made her an object of fear and suspicion to both sides of her ancestry, too draconic for the gods to accept and too divine for the dragons to claim as their own. Her physical form embodied the contradictions that defined her existence, combining the grace and beauty of divine ancestry with the power and majesty that were the birthright of dragonkind. She was tall beyond human scale, yet moved with a lightness that seemed to defy the very concept of physical mass, her every gesture flowing with the kind of natural elegance that could make even simple actions appear to be forms of dance. Her skin was pale as fresh snow, while her hair flowed like liquid starlight, and her eyes held depths that spoke of wisdom earned through suffering and compassion, born from personal experience of rejection and exile. Yet it was not her appearance, striking though it was, that made Priscilla truly remarkable. Rather, it was the way she had chosen to respond to the circumstances of her birth and exile, transforming what could have been a source of bitterness and resentment into the foundation for a form of leadership that was both effective and genuinely compassionate. She had accepted the role of guardian and guide for the painted world's diverse population, not because it had been thrust upon her by others, but because she had recognized in their shared exile an opportunity to create something that the ordinary world, for all its supposed virtues, had proven incapable of achieving. Under Priscilla's gentle but firm leadership, the painted world had become a place where differences were celebrated rather than merely tolerated, where the unique gifts and perspectives that had made each inhabitant unwelcome elsewhere were recognized as valuable contributions to the community as a whole. She had established no formal laws or rigid hierarchies, preferring instead to guide through example and gentle suggestion, creating an atmosphere where cooperation arose naturally from mutual respect rather than being imposed through fear or obligation. The crossbreed's approach to governance was influenced by her deep understanding of what it meant to be unwanted and misunderstood, her own experiences of rejection having taught her to value the kind of acceptance and belonging that most beings took for granted. She knew intimately the pain of being judged solely on the basis of appearance or ancestry, of having one's character and intentions dismissed without consideration, simply because one's existence challenged comfortable assumptions about how the world should be organized. This personal knowledge of suffering had not hardened Priscilla's heart, or filled her with resentment against those who had rejected her, but had instead awakened in her a profound empathy for all who found themselves cast out or marginalized. She understood that cruelty often arose from fear and ignorance rather than from genuine malice. And while this understanding did not excuse such behavior, it allowed her to respond to hostility with patience rather than anger, with education rather than retaliation. The daily life of the painted world reflected its ruler's philosophy, in countless small ways that combined to create an atmosphere of peace and acceptance that was rare even in realms that prided themselves on their tolerance and compassion. Visitors who managed to find their way into this hidden sanctuary often remarked on the absence of the subtle tensions and unspoken hierarchies that characterized even the most supposedly egalitarian societies in the ordinary world. Here, conversations between different species flowed as naturally as discussions between old friends, while collaborations on various projects brought together beings whose diverse abilities and perspectives created results that none could have achieved working alone. The undead shared their hard-earned wisdom about persistence and adaptation, while the dragons contributed insights gained from their vast lifespans and their unique understanding of the deeper forces that shaped reality. Hybrid beings served as natural mediators and translators, their multicultural backgrounds allowing them to bridge gaps in understanding that might otherwise have led to conflict or misunderstanding. Even the physical environment of the painted world seemed to respond to this atmosphere of harmony and acceptance. Its eternal winter, creating not the harsh desolation that such conditions might produce elsewhere, but rather a landscape of crystalline beauty, where every snowflake and icicle contributed to a unified aesthetic that was simultaneously serene and magnificent. The cold was present but not oppressive, serving more as a gentle reminder of the realm's otherworldly nature than as a hardship to be endured. Yet for all the peace and beauty that characterized daily life in the painted world, Priscilla remained constantly aware of the fundamental vulnerability that defined her realm's existence. The sanctuary she had helped to create and now protected existed entirely at the sufferance of the outside world, its continued survival dependent upon remaining hidden from those who might view its very existence as a threat to the established order that had originally driven its inhabitants into exile. This awareness colored every decision she made and every policy she established, creating a constant tension between her desire to welcome all who sought refuge and her responsibility to protect those who had already found sanctuary within her realm. The arrival of each new exile brought both joy at the opportunity to offer aid to someone in need and anxiety about whether their presence might somehow compromise the security that was essential to everyone's continued safety. The delicate balance required to maintain this sanctuary became even more complex as reports began to reach the painted world of increasing chaos and instability in the outside realms. The curse of undeath was spreading more rapidly than ever before, creating larger populations of outcasts who might seek entry to the hidden sanctuary, while at the same time making the ordinary world's authorities more suspicious and paranoid about any groups or locations that might harbor those afflicted by the curse. Priscilla found herself facing increasingly difficult decisions about whom to admit and whom to turn away, each choice carrying the potential for either salvation or catastrophe, depending on factors that were often impossible to predict or control. Her natural inclination toward compassion demanded that she open her realm's doors to any who genuinely needed refuge, yet her equally strong sense of responsibility toward those already under her protection required her to consider the potential consequences of every act of mercy. The isolation that was necessary to protect the painted world also meant that accurate information about conditions in the outside realms was difficult to obtain and harder still to verify. Priscilla was forced to make crucial decisions based on fragmentary reports and second-hand accounts, never knowing whether her sources were reliable or whether the situations they described had already changed by the time word reached her hidden sanctuary. It was during this period of mounting uncertainty and difficult choices that travelers began to arrive in the painted world through means that had never been used before, their presence indicating that the barriers between the sanctuary and the ordinary world were somehow becoming more permeable than they had been designed to be. These were not the usual refugees seeking shelter from persecution or exile, but rather adventurers and warriors who seemed to have discovered entry to the realm through their own efforts rather than being guided there by those who already knew of its existence. The implications of these uninvited arrivals were deeply troubling to Priscilla and to many of the realm's long-term inhabitants. If the painted world's location and nature were becoming known to outsiders, if its hidden status could no longer be maintained through the careful discretion that had protected it for so long, then the sanctuary that had been built for those whom the world could not accept might itself become a target for those who saw difference as a threat to be eliminated rather than a diversity to be celebrated. Some of these unexpected visitors seemed genuinely curious about the realm and its inhabitants, their questions and observations suggesting open minds that might be capable of understanding and appreciating what the painted world represented. Others, however, displayed attitudes and behaviors that made it clear they viewed the sanctuary as nothing more than another location to be explored and conquered, its inhabitants as obstacles to be overcome rather than individuals deserving of respect and consideration. The most challenging of these uninvited guests was a warrior whose power and determination marked them as someone capable of reshaping the fundamental nature of reality through their actions, yet whose motivations and ultimate goals remained frustratingly unclear even after extensive observation and careful interaction. This figure moved through the painted world with the confidence of someone accustomed to imposing their will upon whatever environments they encountered, showing neither fear of the realm's more dangerous inhabitants nor particular reverence for the sanctuary that had been created for the protection of the unwanted. Priscilla found herself in the unprecedented position of trying to determine whether this mysterious visitor represented a threat to be eliminated, an opportunity to be carefully explored, or simply another refugee whose needs and circumstances were more complex than those she had previously encountered. The warrior's obvious power made direct confrontation extremely dangerous, yet allowing them to move freely through the sanctuary carried risks that were equally difficult to assess or accept. Their interactions, when they occurred, were marked by a strange combination of mutual respect and fundamental misunderstanding, as if they were speaking languages that shared common words, but assigned completely different meanings to the concepts those words were meant to represent. Priscilla spoke of the painted world as a sanctuary to be protected and preserved, while the visitor seemed to view it as simply another realm to be experienced and perhaps conquered, their perspective shaped by assumptions about the nature of existence that made genuine communication almost impossible. The tragic irony of the situation was not lost on Priscilla, who recognized that she was facing the same kind of fundamental incompatibility that had originally led to her own exile from the ordinary world. Just as her mixed heritage had made it impossible for either dragons or deities to accept her as truly belonging to their communities, the philosophical differences between herself and this powerful visitor seemed to preclude any possibility of genuine understanding or accommodation. Yet her experiences as both exile and ruler had taught her that sometimes the most profound connections could emerge from the most unlikely circumstances, and she continued to hope that patience and genuine effort might eventually bridge the gap that separated their worldviews. She offered the visitor guidance and hospitality, sharing knowledge about the realm's history and purpose, while carefully avoiding any actions that might be interpreted as either submission or provocation. The conversations that developed between them were unlike any that had taken place in the painted world since its creation. Discussions that touched upon fundamental questions about the nature of existence, the meaning of sanctuary, and the proper relationship between power and responsibility. Priscilla found herself articulating ideas and beliefs that she had never needed to express so explicitly, her role as protector and guide requiring her to defend principles that had previously been taken for granted by all who shared her realm. These exchanges revealed aspects of her own character that had remained hidden even from herself, demonstrating a philosophical sophistication and depth of conviction that went far beyond what might have been expected from someone whose primary reputation was based on her kindness and compassion. She proved capable of engaging with complex ethical and metaphysical concepts, while never losing sight of the practical realities that shaped daily life in her sanctuary. Yet even as these discussions continued and seemed to be generating greater mutual understanding, Priscilla remained aware that the fundamental tension between her mission and her visitor's nature had not been resolved. The painted world existed to provide refuge for those who could not find acceptance elsewhere, while this powerful warrior seemed to represent the very forces of change and challenge that made such refuge necessary in the first place. The climax of their relationship came when it became clear that the visitor's presence in the sanctuary, regardless of their personal intentions or character, was beginning to attract attention from outside forces that had previously been unaware of the realm's existence. Other warriors and adventurers were following the same paths that had brought the first intruder to the painted world, their arrival threatening to transform the hidden sanctuary into just another destination for those who viewed the unknown as territory to be explored and claimed. Faced with the prospect of seeing her life's work destroyed not through malice, but through the simple fact of discovery, Priscilla was forced to make the most difficult decision of her long existence. The sanctuary could only continue to serve its purpose if it remained hidden from those who would not understand its true nature, yet the very act of protecting that secrecy might require her to take actions that contradicted everything she had tried to create and represent. The final confrontation between Priscilla and her visitor was not motivated by hatred or anger, but by the tragic necessity of choosing between competing forms of love and responsibility. Her love for the outcasts who had found peace in her realm demanded that she protect them from exposure to a world that had already rejected them once, while her recognition of the visitor's essential decency created a reluctance to harm someone whose only crime was being unable to understand what their presence threatened to destroy. The battle that followed was more a dance of sorrow than a contest of violence, each combatant aware that they were participating in a tragedy that neither had desired, but both had been unable to prevent. Priscilla fought not to prove her superiority or to satisfy any desire for vengeance, but simply to preserve the sanctuary that represented her life's greatest achievement and the hope of countless souls who had nowhere else to turn. Whether she emerged victorious or fell to her opponent's blade was perhaps less important than the fact that the confrontation itself marked the end of the painted world's age of innocence. The sanctuary that had existed hidden from the outside world, protected by secrecy and sustained by the mutual commitment of its inhabitants to maintain their refuge, had been discovered and would never again enjoy the simple peace that had characterized its earlier existence. In the silence that followed their battle, amid the snow that continued to fall with the same gentle persistence that had marked every day since the realm's creation, the true tragedy of the painted world story became clear. This had been the one place in all of creation where difference had been celebrated rather than feared, where exile had been transformed into belonging, where the unwanted had found acceptance and peace. Yet the very forces that made such a sanctuary necessary had ultimately proven too powerful to be permanently excluded, penetrating even into this most carefully protected refuge and transforming it from a haven into just another battleground. The dream of a place where all could belong had been beautiful while it lasted, but like all dreams, it had proven fragile when confronted with the harsh realities of a world that preferred conformity to diversity, sameness to uniqueness, and the familiar to the wonderfully strange. The legacy of crossbreed Priscilla and her painted world would endure not in the physical realm that might be destroyed or abandoned, but in the memory of what had been achieved there and the hope that such achievement represented. For a brief, shining time, They had proven that it was possible to create a place where love was stronger than fear, where understanding could triumph over prejudice, and where the beauty of diversity could be recognized and cherished rather than suppressed and destroyed. In the depths of the world, where ancient stones held memories older than the first kingdoms of men, where the very foundations of the earth bore witness to civilizations that had risen and fallen before the coming of recorded history, there stood a city that had once been the crown jewel of human achievement and wisdom. New Londo was more than merely a settlement or even a great metropolis. It was the physical embodiment of everything that mortal beings could accomplish when guided by learning, cooperation, and the noble ambition to create something beautiful and lasting in a world that seemed all too often dedicated to destruction and decay. The city had been built in defiance of every practical consideration that might have discouraged lesser visionaries, its founders choosing to establish their great work in the deepest parts of the underground realm, where most would have seen only darkness and difficulty, yet where others perceived obstacles. The architects and planners of New Londo had recognized opportunities, understanding that the vast underground spaces could provide both protection from the surface world's chaos and access to sources of power and knowledge that remained hidden from those who confined their ambitions to more conventional locations. The engineering marvels that made New Londo possible were themselves testaments to the heights of achievement that human ingenuity could reach when freed from the limitations of timid thinking and conventional wisdom. Massive aqueducts carried fresh water from distant mountain springs through channels carved directly into the living rock, while ingenious ventilation systems brought clean air to the deepest chambers through networks of shafts and tunnels that required mathematical precision to calculate and incredible skill to construct. The city's architecture reflected both the practical necessities of underground construction and the aesthetic ambitions of a people who refused to sacrifice beauty for mere functionality. Soaring arches and graceful columns supported the weight of countless tons of stone while creating spaces that felt open and airy despite being far beneath the surface of the earth. Intricate mosaics and carefully planned lighting systems ensured that every public space was filled with color and warmth, transforming what could have been oppressive cave-like chambers into magnificent halls that rivaled anything that had ever been built under the open sky. At the heart of this underground marvel stood the Great Library of New Londo, a repository of knowledge that had no equal anywhere in the known world. Here, scholars from every kingdom and every discipline gathered to share their discoveries and debate the great questions that had puzzled thinking minds since the dawn of consciousness itself. The library's collection included not merely books and scrolls, though these filled countless chambers with the accumulated wisdom of ages, but also artifacts and specimens that served as physical evidence for theories that might otherwise have remained purely speculative. The city's workshops and laboratories pushed the boundaries of what was possible in every field of learning and craft, their innovations spreading throughout the world to improve the lives of countless people who would never know the names of the brilliant minds that had developed the techniques and tools they relied upon. Metallurgy, medicine, architecture, agriculture, astronomy, every discipline benefited from the collaborative atmosphere that New Londo fostered, where competition was replaced by cooperation and secrecy gave way to the free exchange of ideas. Yet it was not merely as a center of learning and innovation that New Londo distinguished itself, but also as a political experiment that challenged conventional assumptions about how societies should be organized and governed. Rather than being ruled by a single monarch or a hereditary nobility, the city had developed a system of leadership that distributed power among those who had proven their wisdom and dedication through service to the common good. The four kings who governed New Londo were not born to their positions, but had earned them through achievements that demonstrated both exceptional ability and unwavering commitment to the principles upon which their city had been founded. Each had distinguished himself in different fields, one in scholarship, another in engineering, the third in diplomacy, and the fourth in the practical arts of administration and organization, yet all shared a common vision of what human civilization could become when guided by reason rather than tradition, by merit rather than birth, by wisdom rather than force. These rulers had been blessed by Lord Gwyn himself with fragments of his own power, a recognition of their exceptional qualities, and a practical measure that allowed them to undertake projects and make decisions that would have been impossible for ordinary mortals to attempt. The divine essence that flowed through them enhanced not only their individual capabilities but also their ability to work together in perfect harmony, creating a form of collaborative leadership that was both effective and genuinely representative of their city's ideals. Under their guidance, New Londo became more than just a successful city-state. It became a beacon of hope for all who believed that intelligent beings could rise above the petty conflicts and destructive impulses that had characterized so much of history. Visitors from distant lands would journey for months simply to witness what had been achieved in the underground realm, carrying home with them stories of a place where learning was valued above conquest, where cooperation had replaced competition, where the common good took precedence over individual ambition. The city's population reflected this commitment to merit and achievement over birth and circumstance, drawing talented individuals from every corner of the known world, regardless of their origins or backgrounds. Former peasants worked alongside displaced nobles in the great workshops, while scholars who had been driven from their homelands by war or persecution found new purpose in collaborative projects that transcended the petty national boundaries that had once divided them. This diversity of backgrounds and perspectives contributed immeasurably to New Londo's success, creating an intellectual atmosphere where assumptions could be challenged and new ideas could emerge from the collision of different ways of thinking about familiar problems. The city's innovations arose not from the isolated brilliance of individual genius, but from the collective wisdom of minds working together toward common goals. Yet beneath this remarkable success, in chambers even deeper than those that housed the city's greatest achievements, forces were stirring that would ultimately prove more powerful than all the wisdom and good intentions that New Londo's people could muster. The abyss, that realm of primordial darkness that existed beyond the boundaries of normal reality, had begun to seep into the physical world through cracks in the fundamental structure of existence itself. The first signs of this intrusion were subtle and easily dismissed by those who preferred rational explanations for disturbing phenomena. Scholars working in the deepest levels of the library reported strange shadows that seemed to move independently of any light source, while craftsmen in the underground workshops complained of tools that felt unnaturally cold and materials that behaved in ways that defied their accumulated experience and expertise. These anomalies might have remained mere curiosities, the sort of minor mysteries that any great center of learning accumulates over time, if not for the arrival in New Londo of individuals who claimed to possess knowledge of forces that existed beyond the normal boundaries of human understanding. The Dark Wraiths, as they called themselves, appeared to be ordinary people whose extraordinary abilities marked them as worthy of attention and respect from the city's intellectual community. Their leader was a figure of obvious intelligence and sophistication, someone whose understanding of complex theoretical principles impressed even the most learned scholars, while his practical demonstrations of seemingly impossible techniques captured the imagination of craftsmen and engineers who had thought they understood the limits of what mortal beings could achieve. He spoke eloquently of forces that could be harnessed by those with sufficient knowledge and dedication, powers that could solve problems that had previously seemed insurmountable. The knowledge that the Dark Wraiths offered was seductive in ways that went far beyond mere intellectual curiosity. They claimed to understand principles that could extend human life indefinitely, techniques that could provide unlimited energy for the city's many projects, methods that could expand the reach of New Londo's influence throughout the world. For a people whose greatest ambition was the advancement of learning and the improvement of the human condition, such possibilities were almost impossible to resist. The four kings, despite their wisdom and experience, found themselves drawn into discussions with these mysterious visitors, their natural skepticism gradually overcome by demonstrations that seemed to validate at least some of the extraordinary claims being made. The powers that the Dark Wraiths displayed were undeniably real, even if their ultimate source remained unclear, and the potential benefits of understanding and controlling such forces appeared to justify almost any reasonable risk. What the kings and their advisors failed to fully comprehend was that the abilities being demonstrated drew their power from the very abyss that was beginning to intrude into their realm, and that each use of these techniques created deeper connections between New Londo and the domain of primordial darkness. The rational minds that had built the city's success were ill-equipped to recognize the nature of forces that existed entirely outside the boundaries of rational understanding. The corruption that began to spread through New Londo was unlike anything that conventional wisdom or experience had prepared its people to face. It was not a plague that could be quarantined, or a political conspiracy that could be exposed and defeated, but rather a fundamental alteration of reality itself that made normal concepts of cause and effect increasingly meaningless. Those who first embraced the dark knowledge found their abilities enhanced in dramatic and immediately useful ways. Their capacity for learning and achievement expanded beyond anything they had previously imagined possible. Yet, these improvements came at costs that only became apparent gradually, as enhanced capabilities were accompanied by subtle changes in personality and motivation that seemed beneficial at first, but ultimately proved destructive. The scholars who gained access to vast new realms of knowledge found themselves less interested in sharing their discoveries with colleagues and more focused on accumulating power and influence for their own benefit. The craftsmen whose skills were magnified beyond normal human limits began to create works that served no constructive purpose, but rather seemed designed to intimidate and dominate those who viewed them. Most insidious of all were the changes that overcame the four kings themselves, those paragons of wisdom and virtue whose leadership had made New Londo's golden age possible. The divine essence that Lord Gwyn had granted them, originally a source of strength and clarity that enhanced their natural abilities, began to interact with the dark powers in ways that none of them fully understood until it was far too late to reverse the process. The transformation was gradual enough that each king could rationalize away the early warning signs, convincing himself that the changes he observed in his colleagues were merely the result of stress or temporary setbacks, rather than fundamental alterations of character. By the time the corruption had progressed far enough to be undeniable, it had also progressed far enough to be irreversible. Where once they had worked together in perfect harmony, the four kings began to view each other as competitors and potential threats, their collaborative decision-making replaced by suspicious maneuvering and power struggles that would have been unthinkable during their reign's early years. The divine power that had once enhanced their wisdom and compassion was twisted into something that magnified their darkest impulses while suppressing their ability to recognize what they were becoming. The citizens of New Londo, accustomed to trusting their leaders and confident in the systems that had served them so well for so long, were slow to recognize the magnitude of the change that was overtaking their city. The deterioration was subtle enough that each individual incident could be explained away or dismissed as an anomaly, while the gradual nature of the transformation made it difficult to identify any specific moment when things had crossed the line from acceptable to catastrophic. Yet even as rational explanations became increasingly strained, the people of New Londo continued to believe that their leaders would find solutions to whatever problems had arisen. Their faith in the system that had created their unprecedented prosperity made it almost impossible for them to accept that the source of their success had become the instrument of their destruction. The spreading influence of the abyss began to manifest in ways that could no longer be ignored or rationalized away by even the most determined optimists. The shadows that had once been mere curiosities in the deepest levels of the city began to appear in public spaces, moving with obvious purpose and intelligence, while remaining just beyond the reach of any light source that might have revealed their true nature. The air itself began to feel different, carrying with it a quality that made breathing subtly more difficult, while filling even the most cheerful chambers with an atmosphere of vague dread that seemed to have no specific source. People reported dreams that felt more real than waking life, visions of vast dark spaces where ancient intelligences whispered secrets that the conscious mind could not quite retain upon awakening. Most disturbing of all were the changes that began to affect individuals who had no direct contact with the dark wraiths or their teachings. Ordinary citizens whose only crime was living in a city that had become infected with forces beyond mortal comprehension. These people found themselves experiencing urges and desires that seemed to come from outside their own personalities. Compulsions that grew stronger with each passing day until resistance became nearly impossible. The social fabric that had held New Londo together began to fray as trust and cooperation gave way to suspicion and competition. The collaborative spirit that had made the city's achievements possible replaced by a growing conviction that survival required the defeat of everyone else. Neighbors who had worked together for decades suddenly found themselves viewing each other as threats, while partnerships that had created wonders dissolved into bitter conflicts over resources and recognition. It was in this atmosphere of growing chaos and mutual suspicion that Ingwood and his fellow sealers first became aware of the true scope of the catastrophe that was engulfing their city. These dedicated protectors had spent their lives studying the deepest mysteries of existence, preparing themselves for threats that most people preferred to pretend did not exist. Yet even they were shocked by the magnitude of the corruption that had taken root in the heart of their homeland. The sealers understood, as few others could, that the forces now loose in New Londo were not merely dangerous, but represented an existential threat to the continued existence of everything that most people took for granted. The Abyss was not simply another enemy to be fought and defeated, but rather a fundamental negation of the principles upon which all reality was based. Left unchecked, it would not merely destroy their city, but would continue spreading until it had consumed everything capable of existence. Yet, the knowledge that action was desperately needed came hand in hand with the terrible understanding that any action capable of stopping the spread of corruption would necessarily involve sacrifices so enormous that they challenged every moral principle the sealers had ever embraced. The solution that their expertise indicated was possible would require the deliberate destruction of innocent lives on a scale that dwarfed any atrocity in recorded history. The debates that took place among the sealers during those final days were unlike any discussions that had ever occurred among those dedicated to protecting rather than destroying life. They were forced to weigh the certain death of thousands of innocent people against the possible extinction of everything that had ever existed, to choose between betraying their fundamental principles and allowing forces beyond imagination to consume not just their world, but potentially all worlds. Ingwood, whose wisdom and experience had made him the acknowledged leader of their order, found himself carrying the burden of a decision that would haunt him for whatever remained of his existence, regardless of which choice he ultimately made. The weight of so many lives, both those that would be lost and those that might be saved, pressed down upon him with a force that seemed capable of crushing not just his body, but his very soul. The final decision, when it came, was motivated not by hatred or anger or any desire for revenge, but by the most profound and terrible form of love imaginable, a love for existence itself that was strong enough to demand the sacrifice of everything particular and precious in service of preserving the abstract possibility of continued being. It was a choice that only someone who truly understood what was at stake could make, and one that only someone with genuine compassion could carry out. The great seals that Ingward and his fellow sealers activated had been prepared in advance against just such a catastrophe, though their creators had hoped and prayed that they would never be needed. The magic involved was of the most ancient and powerful kind, drawing upon forces that predated the establishment of the current cosmic order, and that operated according to principles that mortal minds could barely comprehend. When the seals were triggered, the results were immediate and absolute. The massive chambers that had housed New Londo's greatest achievements were suddenly filled with rushing water from sources that seemed to exist beyond the normal boundaries of space, while powerful barriers of magical energy contained the flood within the city's boundaries to prevent it from spreading to other inhabited areas. The drowning of New Londo was accomplished in minutes, though those minutes must have felt like hours to the thousands of people trapped within the rising waters. Men, women, and children who had committed no crimes greater than choosing to live in a place that had become infected with forces beyond their understanding found themselves struggling desperately for air that was no longer available, for escape routes that had been deliberately sealed to prevent the corruption from spreading. Their deaths were not quick or painless, but neither were they meaningless, though this distinction would have provided little comfort to those who experienced them. Each life lost was a small victory against forces that sought to negate not just individual existence, but the very concept of existence itself. A sacrifice that helped to ensure that somewhere, somehow, the possibility of life and growth and achievement would continue. The four kings, transformed by their contact with the abyss into creatures that retained their intelligence but had lost everything that had once made them admirable or even recognizably human, found themselves trapped within the flooded ruins of their former domain. The water that had drowned their subjects could not destroy them, for they had already passed beyond the boundaries of normal life and death, but it could contain them and limit their ability to spread their corruption to other realms. In the years that followed the Great Drowning, these former paragons of wisdom and virtue continued to exist within their watery prison, their consciousness preserved but their purpose utterly corrupted. They had become dark wraiths themselves, creatures whose only remaining drive was the consumption of the humanity that they had once dedicated their lives to protecting and nurturing. The transformation was complete in ways that made their current existence a mockery of everything they had once stood for, yet traces of their former selves persisted in forms that made their current state even more tragic. They retained their intelligence and their memories of better times, their capacity for planning and their understanding of what they had lost, but all of these qualities now served only to make them more effective at pursuing goals that were the complete opposite of everything they had once valued. The flooded ruins of New Londo became a monument to the price that had been paid to prevent a catastrophe beyond imagination, its empty chambers filled with water that could never wash away the stain of what had been necessary to contain the spreading corruption. The thousands of innocent souls who had died in the Great Drowning became restless spirits, their anger and confusion trapping them in a form of existence that was neither life nor peaceful death. These ghosts wandered through the submerged streets and chambers of their former home, their presence a constant reminder of the costs that had been paid to preserve the possibility of existence for others. They were not evil in any conventional sense, but their very existence was a source of anguish for anyone sensitive enough to perceive their pain and confusion, their inability to understand why they had been condemned to such a fate. Ingward, the last surviving sealer who had been responsible for the Great Drowning, took upon himself the burden of maintaining the magical barriers that kept the corruption contained within the flooded city. His long vigil in the ruins above New Londo was both penance and practical necessity, for only someone with his knowledge and dedication could ensure that the seals remained strong enough to prevent the abyss from breaking free of its watery prison. The loneliness of his existence was profound beyond the ability of most minds to comprehend, for he was surrounded by constant reminders of the lives he had been forced to sacrifice while being cut off from meaningful contact with any living being who might offer understanding or companionship. He had saved the world, but at a cost that made the salvation feel very much like its own form of damnation. The tragedy of New Londo was complete in ways that transcended individual suffering or even mass death, encompassing the destruction of humanity's greatest achievement and the corruption of its most noble leaders. The city that had represented everything good and hopeful about mortal civilization had become a tomb filled with angry spirits and creatures that hungered for the destruction of everything their living selves had tried to create and protect. Yet even in the depths of this ultimate catastrophe, the essential meaning of what had been accomplished remained clear to those with the wisdom to understand it. New Londo had been sacrificed not in vain, but in service of a cause greater than any individual life or even any individual civilization. The preservation of the possibility that somewhere, somehow, the dream of human achievement and cooperation might be realized again in better times and safer circumstances. The flooded city would stand as both warning and inspiration for whatever ages might follow. A reminder that the greatest victories sometimes require the greatest sacrifices, and that love for life itself can sometimes demand the acceptance of individual death as the price of continued existence for others. In the silence of its drowned chambers, the memory of what New Londo had achieved lived on, waiting for a time when its lessons might once again guide those brave enough to attempt the creation of something beautiful and lasting in a world that too often seemed dedicated only to destruction and decay. In the deepest woods of ancient Darkroot, where towering trees had stood since before the first kingdoms rose from scattered tribes and wild ambitions, where shadows held memories of ages when the world was younger and hope seemed as eternal as the turning of seasons, there dwelt a creature whose existence had become both monument and tragedy, a living testament to the most profound forms of love and loss that any soul could be asked to endure. Sif, the great grey wolf, moved through these primeval forests with the fluid grace of a predator born to such wild spaces, yet his every step carried the weight of sorrows that would have crushed lesser spirits beneath their accumulated burden. He was magnificent beyond easy description, his form combining the raw power and primal beauty of his lupine nature with a size and presence that spoke of forces beyond the merely natural, as if the concentrated essence of all wild things had been given shape and consciousness in his massive frame. His coat was the color of winter storms, grey as the sky before snow, marked with patterns that seemed to shift and flow like shadows dancing beneath moonlight. His eyes held depths that spoke of intelligence far beyond what most attributed to beasts, a wisdom earned through experiences that had tested the very foundations of loyalty and love. When he moved, it was with the kind of perfect coordination that could only come from a lifetime spent in harmony with his own physical nature, every muscle and sinew working in flawless unity toward whatever purpose commanded his attention. Yet, for all his natural magnificence, for all the awe that his presence inspired in those rare souls who glimpsed him moving through his woodland domain, Sif's most defining characteristic was not his size or strength or even his obvious intelligence, but rather the profound sadness that seemed to emanate from his very being, like a scent that could be felt rather than smelled. This was a creature who had known joy so pure and complete that its loss had transformed him into something that was simultaneously more and less than what nature had originally intended. The bond that had existed between Sif and Sir Artorius had been unlike anything that most beings, mortal or divine, ever experienced in the course of their existence. Theirs had been a connection that transcended the normal relationships between different species, creating a unity of purpose and understanding that made them more than the sum of their individual capabilities. They had been companions in the truest sense of the word, sharing not just adventures and dangers, but the deeper communion that comes when two souls recognize in each other a perfect complement to their own essential nature. In the golden days of their partnership, before darkness had claimed the greatest knight who had ever lived and transformed love into the source of endless grief, Sif had known a happiness that seemed to justify the very existence of the world. Every morning had brought new possibilities for shared adventure. Every challenge had provided opportunities to demonstrate the perfect coordination that made their partnership legendary throughout the known realms. Artorius had been more than master to Sif, more even than friend or companion. He had been the living embodiment of everything that made existence meaningful and worthwhile. The knight's courage had inspired the wolf's own bravery, while his compassion had awakened in Sif depths of feeling that might otherwise have remained forever dormant. Together, they had faced dragons and demons, corrupt kings and fallen gods, their success in these impossible battles arising not from superior strength or cleverness, but from the simple fact that their unity made them capable of achievements that neither could have attempted alone. The joy they had found in each other's company had been infectious, spreading to everyone who witnessed their partnership and creating ripples of happiness that extended far beyond the immediate circle of their shared adventures. Soldiers who fought alongside them spoke of the inspiration they drew from watching the perfect trust and coordination between knight and wolf, while common folk who glimpsed them passing through their villages would smile for days afterward, their hearts lifted by the evidence that such pure friendship was possible in a world that often seemed dominated by conflict and suspicion. Their communication had gone far beyond the normal limits of what was possible between human and animal, creating a form of understanding that functioned more through shared emotion and instinct than through any conventional form of language. Artorius could convey complex tactical concepts to Sif with nothing more than a glance or a subtle gesture, while the wolf's responses carried meanings that the knight understood with perfect clarity despite their lack of traditional words. In quieter moments, when battles were won and the immediate pressures of heroic duty had been satisfied, they would rest together in comfortable silence that spoke of a contentment so complete that neither felt any need to disturb it with unnecessary sound or movement. Artorius would clean and maintain his equipment, while Sif lay nearby, both of them drawing comfort from the simple fact of the other's presence, secure in the knowledge that whatever challenges the future might bring, they would face them together. These memories, beautiful as they remained even after so many years of separation and grief, had become both blessing and curse for the great wolf who now wandered alone through forests that seemed empty despite being filled with life. Every sight and sound and scent carried with it echoes of shared experiences, reminders of a time when the world had been bright with possibility, and every day had brought new reasons for joy and celebration. The transformation of these happy memories into sources of pain had been gradual but inexorable. each recollection that had once brought comfort, now serving only to emphasize the magnitude of what had been lost. The very intensity of the love that had once filled Sif's existence with meaning had made its absence all the more devastating, creating a void that seemed to grow larger rather than smaller with the passage of time. When Artorias had ventured into the abyss on his final doomed mission, Sif had followed without hesitation, his loyalty and love making it impossible to consider any alternative to accompanying his beloved companion into whatever dangers awaited them in that realm of primordial darkness. The wolf's courage in the face of the unknown had been matched only by his absolute faith in the knight's ability to overcome any obstacle, his confidence in their partnership so complete that even the prospect of facing forces beyond mortal comprehension had not shaken his determination to stand by Artorias' side. The corruption that had slowly claimed the greatest knight who had ever lived had been all the more horrifying for its gradual nature, allowing Sif to witness each stage of his companion's transformation, from noble hero into something that retained the appearance of familiarity while becoming increasingly alien and terrible. The wolf had watched in growing despair as Artorias' left arm, which had wielded the massive greatsword with such grace and precision, began to fail and weaken under the influence of the abyss's touch. Even more devastating than the physical changes had been the slow erosion of the mental faculties that had made Artorias who he was, the gradual replacement of wisdom and compassion with confusion and rage. Sif had continued to recognize his beloved master, even as that master became less and less recognizable, his loyalty remaining absolute, even when it was no longer returned with the same perfect understanding that had once defined their relationship. The moment when Artorias had used the last of his uncorrupted strength to save Sif from sharing his fate had been simultaneously the most beautiful and most terrible experience of the wolf's long existence. The knight's final act of love, wrapping his great shield around his companion to protect him from the spreading corruption, had been accomplished at the cost of his own last hope for salvation, a sacrifice so profound and selfless that it defied any adequate response. Sif had understood, with the clarity that comes only in moments of ultimate crisis, that his master was choosing to doom himself in order to preserve the one thing in all the world that he still loved enough to protect. The knight who had never shown fear in the face of any enemy was willing to embrace certain damnation rather than allow the corruption to claim the soul who had been his truest and most faithful companion. The protective barrier created by the Great Shield had saved Sif's life and preserved his sanity, but it had also condemned him to witness the final stages of Artorias' transformation, while being unable to offer any assistance or comfort. The wolf had been forced to watch from behind his magical protection as the last traces of the knight he had loved disappeared forever, replaced by a creature that retained familiar appearance while embodying everything that Artorias had spent his life fighting against. The journey back to the surface world, undertaken alone for the first time in memory, had been a pilgrimage through landscapes that held meaning only in relation to shared experiences that could never be repeated. Every path and clearing held memories of times when he and Artorias had passed that way together, their partnership transforming even the most mundane travel into adventures that lived on in recollection, like treasured stories told around fires that had long since burned to cold ash. The great shield that Sif carried with him, that final gift from his beloved master, had become both treasure and burden, a constant reminder of the sacrifice that had preserved his life while condemning Artorias to eternal torment. The weight of the massive shield was nothing compared to the emotional burden it represented, the knowledge that his continued existence had been purchased with his master's damnation. In the peaceful grove where a monument had been erected to honor Artorias' memory, Sif had established a vigil that was both sacred duty and personal penance, a commitment that would define the remainder of his existence regardless of how long that existence might prove to be. The wolf understood better than anyone else what lay buried beneath the simple gravestone, and more importantly, he understood what that knowledge might mean for others who shared his master's noble intentions and heroic ambitions. The Covenant of Artorias, the magical ring that could allow its bearer to walk in the abyss as the Great Knight once had, was not merely a tool but a terrible temptation, offering to other heroes the same opportunity that had ultimately led to Artorias' corruption and doom. Sif's vigil was motivated not by any desire to hoard this power for himself, but by the desperate need to prevent others from making the same choice that had cost him everything he had ever valued. Each potential visitor to the grave represented a moral crisis of the most profound kind, pitting Sif's natural desire to help those who sought to do good against his intimate knowledge of what such help would ultimately cost them. He understood that the very qualities that made heroes worthy of respect, their courage, their determination, their willingness to sacrifice themselves for others, were precisely the characteristics that would lead them to attempt what Artorias had attempted, and to suffer the same terrible fate. The battles that inevitably resulted from these encounters were perhaps the most heartbreaking conflicts that had ever been fought, contests between souls who shared the same fundamental values and goals but found themselves forced into opposition by circumstances that neither had chosen, and both regretted. Sif fought not from any desire to cause harm, but from the terrible knowledge of what awaited those who would follow in his master's footsteps, while his opponents faced him with the same heroic determination that had once driven Artorias himself toward his doom. Years passed with the slow accumulation of such tragic encounters, each battle adding weight to the burden of sorrow that Sif carried, while never bringing him any closer to the peace or resolution that might have made his suffering meaningful. He grew larger and more formidable with time, his natural wolf strength enhanced by the accumulated experience of countless battles and the strange energies that seemed to emanate from the sacred grove where he maintained his endless watch. Yet for all his increasing physical power, for all the legendary status that his long vigil had earned him among those who knew the stories of ancient heroes and their faithful companions, Sif remained at heart the same loyal soul who had once shared perfect happiness with a knight whose memory he honored through his refusal to allow others to share that knight's fate. The loneliness of his existence was profound beyond the ability of most minds to comprehend, for he was surrounded by constant reminders of shared joy while being cut off from any possibility of experiencing such joy again. The forest where he dwelt was beautiful and peaceful, filled with the kind of natural wonders that he had once delighted in exploring with Artorias. But now these same wonders served only to emphasize the emptiness that had replaced companionship. In his dreams, which came rarely and were precious beyond measure, Sif would sometimes return to the golden days when every morning had brought new adventures, and every challenge had been an opportunity to demonstrate the perfect partnership that had made both knight and wolf more than they could have been alone. He would remember the sound of Artorias' laughter, the way the knight's armor had gleamed in sunlight, the comfortable weight of his master's hand resting on his head after particularly difficult battles. These memories, beautiful as they remained, also served as constant reminders of everything that had been lost, everything that could never be recovered, no matter how faithfully he honored his master's sacrifice, or how dedicatedly he worked to prevent others from suffering the same fate. The love that had once been a source of pure joy had been transformed by tragedy into something that was simultaneously beautiful and unbearably painful. When heroes came seeking the power to walk in the abyss, drawn by their own noble intentions and their certainty that they could succeed where Artorias had failed, Sif faced them with the same reluctant determination that had characterized all his actions since the day he had been forced to abandon his beloved master to corruption and madness. He understood that these were good souls, driven by the same impulses toward protection and sacrifice that had made Artorias the greatest knight of his age. Yet this very understanding made it all the more important that he prevent them from claiming the covenant that would lead them to destruction. The battles that followed were exercises in controlled desperation, as Sif sought to defeat his opponents without killing them, to demonstrate the futility of their quest without destroying them entirely. His every attack was calculated not to cause unnecessary harm, but to convince these would-be heroes that the prize they sought was not worth the price they would ultimately be required to pay for it. Yet heroes, by their very nature, are not easily discouraged by obstacles or warnings, no matter how dire or well-intentioned those warnings might be. They faced Sif with the same determination that had brought them to the sacred grove in the first place, seeing in his opposition not evidence that their quest was misguided, but simply another challenge to be overcome in service of their noble goals. There were occasions when the tragedy of these encounters reached levels that seemed to transcend individual suffering and enter the realm of cosmic irony. Heroes who had somehow traveled through time, who bore the scent of places and people that Sif remembered from his happiest days, would face him without recognition while he remembered them with crystal clarity, their younger selves forever preserved in memories of shared adventures that, from their perspective, had not yet occurred. These temporal paradoxes created situations where Sif found himself forced to battle against individuals who had once fought alongside him and Artorias, friends whose future selves stood ready to make the same mistakes that had cost the great knight everything he had ever been. The wolf's recognition was not returned, for these heroes knew him only by reputation, if at all. Their memories of partnership and shared struggle locked away in a future that might never come to pass, if he succeeded in preventing them from claiming the covenant they sought. The cruelest irony of all came in those rare instances when Sif's efforts to protect potential heroes from their own noble intentions were met with success. When his opponents recognized the futility of continuing their quest and abandoned their attempts to claim the covenant of Artorias. In these moments of apparent victory, the wolf would experience a bitter satisfaction at having prevented another tragedy, only to realize that his success had also eliminated another small possibility of finding meaning in his endless vigil. For beneath his dedication to preventing others from suffering, Artorias' fate lay a deeper and more complex motivation, the secret hope that someday someone might prove strong enough or wise enough or fortunate enough to succeed where his beloved master had failed, to walk in the abyss and emerge uncorrupted, to accomplish the heroic deed that Artorias had died attempting. Each hero he defeated represented not just a life saved from corruption, but also the elimination of another chance that his master's sacrifice might ultimately prove meaningful. As the years accumulated into decades, and the decades stretched toward a full century, Sif's vigil began to take on the quality of a religious observance, a ritual whose original purpose had been almost forgotten in the face of its own perpetuation. The wolf continued to guard the grave and battle those who sought the covenant, but increasingly his actions were motivated more by habit and obligation than by any clear sense of what he hoped to accomplish. The forest around him changed with the passage of time, trees growing larger and older, while new growth-filled spaces that had once been clearings where he and Artorias had rested during their travels. The seasons turned with their ancient rhythm, bringing changes that he noted without feeling, transformations that marked the passage of time, without bringing him any closer to the peace or resolution that might have made his suffering bearable. Yet even in the depths of his accumulated sorrow, even when hope seemed as distant as the stars that wheeled overhead in their eternal patterns, Sif never forgot the essential truth that gave meaning to his existence. His vigil was not merely about preventing tragedy, though that remained its most immediate purpose, but about honoring the love that had made his life worth living and ensuring that the memory of that love would endure long after he himself had returned to the earth from which all wolves ultimately came. When the final hero came seeking the Covenant, the one whose destiny would prove stronger than all of Sif's determination to prevent history from repeating its cruelest patterns, the Great Wolf faced his ultimate test, not as a guardian protecting a treasure, but as a soul confronting the deepest questions about the nature of duty, love, and the price that must sometimes be paid to honor both. In that confrontation lay the possibility of resolution, the chance that a century of grief and vigilance might finally find its proper conclusion, whether in victory or defeat, triumph or tragedy, salvation or the peace that comes only with the ending of all struggles. The battle that would follow would be both ending and beginning, the final chapter of one story and the first page of another, a moment when the accumulated weight of 100 years of sorrow would either find its meaning or be revealed as nothing more than time spent in service of a grief that could never be healed. In either case, Sif would face that moment as he had faced all the long years that led to it with loyalty, absolute, courage, unquestionable, and love that transcended even death itself. In the deepest woods of ancient Darkroot, where towering trees had stood since before the first kingdoms rose from scattered tribes and wild ambitions, where shadows held memories of ages when the world was younger and hope seemed as eternal as the turning of seasons, there dwelt a creature whose existence had become both monument and tragedy, a living testament to the most profound forms of love and loss that any soul could be asked to endure. Sif, the great grey wolf, moved through these primeval forests with the fluid grace of a predator born to such wild spaces, yet his every step carried the weight of sorrows that would have crushed lesser spirits beneath their accumulated burden. He was magnificent beyond easy description, his form combining the raw power and primal beauty of his lupine nature, with a size and presence that spoke of forces beyond the merely natural, as if the concentrated essence of all wild things had been given shape and consciousness in his massive frame. His coat was the color of winter storms, grey as the sky before snow, marked with patterns that seemed to shift and flow like shadows dancing beneath moonlight. His eyes held depths that spoke of intelligence far beyond what most attributed to beasts, a wisdom earned through experiences that had tested the very foundations of loyalty and love. When he moved, it was with the kind of perfect coordination that could only come from a lifetime spent in harmony with his own physical nature, every muscle and sinew working in flawless unity toward whatever purpose commanded his attention. Yet for all his natural magnificence, for all the awe that his presence inspired in those rare souls who glimpsed him moving through his woodland domain, Sif's most defining characteristic was not his size or strength or even his obvious intelligence, but rather the profound sadness that seemed to emanate from his very being, like a scent that could be felt rather than smelled. This was a creature who had known joy so pure and complete that its loss had transformed him into something that was simultaneously more and less than what nature had originally intended. The bond that had existed between Sif and Sir Artorius had been unlike anything that most beings, mortal or divine, ever experienced in the course of their existence. Theirs had been a connection that transcended the normal relationships between different species, creating a unity of purpose and understanding that made them more than the sum of their individual capabilities. They had been companions in the truest sense of the word, sharing not just adventures and dangers, but the deeper communion that comes when two souls recognize in each other a perfect complement to their own essential nature. In the golden days of their partnership, before darkness had claimed the greatest knight who had ever lived and transformed love into the source of endless grief, Sif had known a happiness that seemed to justify the very existence of the world. Every morning had brought new possibilities for shared adventure. Every challenge had provided opportunities to demonstrate the perfect coordination that made their partnership legendary throughout the known realms. Artorias had been more than master to Sif, more even than friend or companion. He had been the living embodiment of everything that made existence meaningful and worthwhile. The knight's courage had inspired the wolf's own bravery, while his compassion had awakened in Sif depths of feeling that might otherwise have remained forever dormant. Together, they had faced dragons and demons, corrupt kings, and fallen gods. Their success in these impossible battles arising not from superior strength or cleverness, but from the simple fact that their unity made them capable of achievements that neither could have attempted alone. The joy they had found in each other's company had been infectious, spreading to everyone who witnessed their partnership and creating ripples of happiness that extended far beyond the immediate circle of their shared adventures. Soldiers who fought alongside them spoke of the inspiration they drew from watching the perfect trust and coordination between knight and wolf, while common folk who glimpsed them passing through their villages would smile for days afterward, their hearts lifted by the evidence that such pure friendship was possible in a world that often seemed dominated by conflict and suspicion. Their communication had gone far beyond the normal limits of what was possible between human and animal, creating a form of understanding that functioned more through shared emotion and instinct than through any conventional form of language. Artorias could convey complex tactical concepts to Sif with nothing more than a glance or a subtle gesture, while the wolf's responses carried meanings that the knight understood with perfect clarity, despite their lack of traditional words. In quieter moments, when battles were won and the immediate pressures of heroic duty had been satisfied, they would rest together in comfortable silence that spoke of a contentment so complete that neither felt any need to disturb it with unnecessary sound or movement. Artorias would clean and maintain his equipment while Sif lay nearby, both of them drawing comfort from the simple fact of the other's presence, secure in the knowledge that whatever challenges the future might bring, they would face them together. These memories, beautiful as they remained even after so many years of separation and grief, had become both blessing and curse for the great wolf who now wandered alone through forests that seemed empty despite being filled with life. Every sight and sound and scent carried with it echoes of shared experiences, reminders of a time when the world had been bright with possibility, and every day had brought new reasons for joy and celebration. The transformation of these happy memories into sources of pain had been gradual but inexorable. Each recollection that had once brought comfort now serving only to emphasize the magnitude of what had been lost. The very intensity of the love that had once filled Sif's existence with meaning had made its absence all the more devastating, creating a void that seemed to grow larger rather than smaller with the passage of time. When Artorias had ventured into the abyss on his final, doomed mission, Sif had followed without hesitation, his loyalty and love making it impossible to consider any alternative to accompanying his beloved companion into whatever dangers awaited them in that realm of primordial darkness. The wolf's courage in the face of the unknown had been matched only by his absolute faith in the knight's ability to overcome any obstacle, his confidence in their partnership so complete that even the prospect of facing forces beyond mortal comprehension had not shaken his determination to stand by Artorias' side. The corruption that had slowly claimed the greatest knight who had ever lived had been all the more horrifying for its gradual nature, allowing Sif to witness each stage of his companion's transformation from noble hero into something that retained the appearance of familiarity while becoming increasingly alien and terrible. The wolf had watched in growing despair as Artorius' left arm, which had wielded the massive greatsword with such grace and precision, began to fail and weaken under the influence of the abyss's touch. Even more devastating than the physical changes had been the slow erosion of the mental faculties that had made Artorius who he was, the gradual replacement of wisdom and compassion with confusion and rage. Sif had continued to recognize his beloved master even as that master became less and less recognizable, his loyalty remaining absolute, even when it was no longer returned with the same perfect understanding that had once defined their relationship. The moment when Artorius had used the last of his uncorrupted strength to save Sif from sharing his fate had been simultaneously the most beautiful and most terrible experience of the wolf's long existence. The knight's final act of love, wrapping his great shield around his companion to protect him from the spreading corruption, had been accomplished at the cost of his own last hope for salvation, a sacrifice so profound and selfless that it defied any adequate response. Sif had understood, with the clarity that comes only in moments of ultimate crisis, that his master was choosing to doom himself in order to preserve the one thing in all the world that he still loved enough to protect. The knight who had never shown fear in the face of any enemy was willing to embrace certain damnation rather than allow the corruption to claim the soul who had been his truest and most faithful companion. The protective barrier created by the Great Shield had saved Sif's life and preserved his sanity, but it had also condemned him to witness the final stages of Artorius' transformation, while being unable to offer any assistance or comfort. The wolf had been forced to watch from behind his magical protection as the last traces of the knight he had loved disappeared forever, replaced by a creature that retained familiar appearance while embodying everything that Artorius had spent his life fighting against. The journey back to the surface world, undertaken alone for the first time in memory, had been a pilgrimage through landscapes that held meaning only in relation to shared experiences that could never be repeated. Every path and clearing held memories of times when he and Artorius had passed that way together, their partnership transforming even the most mundane travel into adventures that lived on in recollection, like treasured stories told around fires that had long since burned to cold ash. The great shield that Sif carried with him, that final gift from his beloved master, had become both treasure and burden, a constant reminder of the sacrifice that had preserved his life while condemning Artorius to eternal torment. The weight of the massive shield was nothing compared to the emotional burden it represented. The knowledge that his continued existence had been purchased with his master's damnation. In the peaceful grove where a monument had been erected to honor Artorius' memory, Sif had established a vigil that was both sacred duty and personal penance, a commitment that would define the remainder of his existence regardless of how long that existence might prove to be. The wolf understood better than anyone else what lay buried beneath the simple gravestone, and more importantly, he understood what that knowledge might mean for others who shared his master's noble intentions and heroic ambitions. The covenant of Artorius, the magical ring that could allow its bearer to walk in the abyss as the great knight once had, was not merely a tool but a terrible temptation, offering to other heroes the same opportunity that had ultimately led to Artorius' corruption and doom. Sif's vigil was motivated not by any desire to hoard this power for himself, but by the desperate need to prevent others from making the same choice that had cost him everything he had ever valued. Each potential visitor to the grave represented a moral crisis of the most profound kind, pitting Sif's natural desire to help those who sought to do good against his intimate knowledge of what such help would ultimately cost them. He understood that the very qualities that made heroes worthy of respect, their courage, their determination, their willingness to sacrifice themselves for others, were precisely the characteristics that would lead them to attempt what Artorias had attempted, and to suffer the same terrible fate. The battles that inevitably resulted from these encounters were perhaps the most heartbreaking conflicts that had ever been fought. Contests between souls who shared the same fundamental values and goals, but found themselves forced into opposition by circumstances that neither had chosen and both regretted. Sif fought not from any desire to cause harm, but from the terrible knowledge of what awaited those who would follow in his master's footsteps, while his opponents faced him with the same heroic determination that had once driven Artorias himself toward his doom. Years passed with the slow accumulation of such tragic encounters, each battle adding weight to the burden of sorrow that Sif carried, while never bringing him any closer to the peace or resolution that might have made his suffering meaningful. He grew larger and more formidable with time, his natural wolf strength enhanced by the accumulated experience of countless battles and the strange energies that seemed to emanate from the sacred grove where he maintained his endless watch. Yet, for all his increasing physical power, for all the legendary status that his long vigil had earned him among those who knew the stories of ancient heroes and their faithful companions, Sif remained at heart the same loyal soul who had once shared perfect happiness with a knight whose memory he honored through his refusal to allow others to share that knight's fate. The loneliness of his existence was profound beyond the ability of most minds to comprehend, for he was surrounded by constant reminders of shared joy while being cut off from any possibility of experiencing such joy again. The forest where he dwelt was beautiful and peaceful, filled with the kind of natural wonders that he had once delighted in exploring with Artorias, but now these same wonders served only to emphasize the emptiness that had replaced companionship. In his dreams, which came rarely and were precious beyond measure, Sif would sometimes return to the golden days when every morning had brought new adventures, and every challenge had been an opportunity to demonstrate the perfect partnership that had made both knight and wolf more than they could have been alone. He would remember the sound of Artorias' laughter, the way the knight's armor had gleamed in sunlight, the comfortable weight of his master's hand resting on his head after particularly difficult battles. These memories, beautiful as they remained, also served as constant reminders of everything that had been lost, everything that could never be recovered, no matter how faithfully he honored his master's sacrifice, or how dedicatedly he worked to prevent others from suffering the same fate. The love that had once been a source of pure joy had been transformed by tragedy into something that was simultaneously beautiful and unbearably painful. When heroes came seeking the power to walk in the abyss, drawn by their own noble intentions and their certainty that they could succeed where Artorias had failed, Sif faced them with the same reluctant determination that had characterized all his actions since the day he had been forced to abandon his beloved master to corruption and madness. He understood that these were good souls, driven by the same impulses toward protection and sacrifice that had made Artorias the greatest knight of his age. Yet this very understanding made it all the more important that he prevent them from claiming the covenant that would lead them to destruction. The battles that followed were exercises in controlled desperation, as Sif sought to defeat his opponents without killing them, to demonstrate the futility of their quest without destroying them entirely. His every attack was calculated not to cause unnecessary harm, but to convince these would-be heroes that the prize they sought was not worth the price they would ultimately be required to pay for it. Yet heroes, by their very nature, are not easily discouraged by obstacles or warnings, no matter how dire or well-intentioned those warnings might be. They faced Sif with the same determination that had brought them to the sacred grove in the first place, seeing in his opposition not evidence that their quest was misguided, but simply another challenge to be overcome in service of their noble goals. There were occasions when the tragedy of these encounters reached levels that seemed to transcend individual suffering and enter the realm of cosmic irony. Heroes who had somehow traveled through time, who bore the scent of places and people that Sif remembered from his happiest days, would face him without recognition while he remembered them with crystal clarity, their younger selves forever preserved in memories of shared adventures that, from their perspective, had not yet occurred. These temporal paradoxes created situations where Sif found himself forced to battle against individuals who had once fought alongside him and Artorias, friends whose future selves stood ready to make the same mistakes that had cost the Great Knight everything he had ever been. The wolf's recognition was not returned, for these heroes knew him only by reputation, if at all, their memories of partnership and shared struggle locked away in a future that might never come to pass if he succeeded in preventing them from claiming the covenant they sought. The cruelest irony of all came in those rare instances when Sif's efforts to protect potential heroes from their own noble intentions were met with success, when his opponents recognized the futility of continuing their quest and abandoned their attempts to claim the covenant of Artorias. In these moments of apparent victory, the wolf would experience a bitter satisfaction at having prevented another tragedy, only to realize that his success had also eliminated another small possibility of finding meaning in his endless vigil. For beneath his dedication to preventing others from suffering Artorias' fate lay a deeper and more complex motivation, the secret hope that someday someone might prove strong enough or wise enough or fortunate enough to succeed where his beloved master had failed, to walk in the abyss and emerge uncorrupted, to accomplish the heroic deed that Artorias had died attempting. Each hero he defeated represented not just a life saved from corruption, but also the elimination of another chance that his master's sacrifice might ultimately prove meaningful. As the years accumulated into decades, and the decades stretched toward a full century, Sif's vigil began to take on the quality of a religious observance, a ritual whose original purpose had been almost forgotten in the face of its own perpetuation. The wolf continued to guard the grave and battle those who sought the covenant, but increasingly his actions were motivated more by habit and obligation than by any clear sense of what he hoped to accomplish. The forest around him changed with the passage of time, trees growing larger and older, while new growth-filled spaces that had once been clearings where he and Artorias had rested during their travels. The seasons turned with their ancient rhythm, bringing changes that he noted without feeling, transformations that marked the passage of time, without bringing him any closer to the peace or resolution that might have made his suffering bearable. Yet even in the depths of his accumulated sorrow, even when hope seemed as distant as the stars that wheeled overhead in their eternal patterns, Sif never forgot the essential truth that gave meaning to his existence. His vigil was not merely about preventing tragedy, though that remained its most immediate purpose, but about honoring the love that had made his life worth living, and ensuring that the memory of that love would endure long after he himself had returned to the earth from which all wolves ultimately came. When the final hero came seeking the covenant, the one whose destiny would prove stronger than all of Sif's determination to prevent history from repeating its cruelest patterns, the great wolf faced his ultimate test not as a guardian protecting a treasure, but as a soul confronting the deepest questions about the nature of duty, love, and the price that must sometimes be paid to honor both. In that confrontation lay the possibility of resolution, the chance that a century of grief and vigilance might finally find its proper conclusion, whether in victory or defeat, triumph or tragedy, salvation or the peace that comes only with the ending of all struggles. The battle that would follow would be both ending and beginning, the final chapter of one story and the first page of another, a moment when the accumulated weight of 100 years of sorrow would either find its meaning or be revealed as nothing more than time spent in service of a grief that could never be healed. In either case, Sif would face that moment, as he had faced all the long years that led to it, with loyalty absolute, courage unquestionable, and love that transcended even death itself. In the cursed lands of Lordran, where the very concepts of life and death had been twisted beyond recognition by forces that defied mortal understanding, there existed a tragedy so fundamental and pervasive that it touched every soul who drew breath within the kingdom's borders. The undead curse was not merely another affliction among the many that plagued the world, but rather a complete restructuring of what it meant to exist, transforming the most basic assumptions about mortality into sources of endless torment and despair. This curse struck without regard for virtue or vice, wisdom or folly, choosing its victims according to no pattern that mortal minds could discern or divine wisdom could explain. Kings and peasants, heroes and villains, saints and sinners, all found themselves equally vulnerable to the dark blessing that granted eternal life at the cost of everything that made life worth living. The randomness of its selection was perhaps the cruelest aspect of all, for it meant that no amount of preparation or precaution could protect those who valued their humanity from the gradual erosion that awaited all who bore the dark sign. The initial stages of the curse were deceptive in their gentleness, offering what appeared to be the answer to mortality's greatest fear. Those first marked by the dark sign found themselves returned to life after deaths that should have been final, their wounds healing and their strength restored, as if the fundamental laws of existence had been temporarily suspended on their behalf. In these early moments of their transformation, many believed themselves blessed rather than cursed, chosen for some great destiny that required them to transcend the normal limitations of mortal flesh. Yet the true nature of the curse revealed itself gradually, like a poison that worked so slowly that its victims could not identify the moment when remedy became impossible. Each death and resurrection brought with it subtle changes that accumulated over time, alterations so minor that they could be dismissed as the natural result of trauma or stress. Memory became slightly less reliable, emotions grew marginally more muted, and the connections that bound the undead to other souls began to fray like old ropes subjected to constant strain. The process of hollowing was not a single transformation, but rather a journey of 1,000 small losses, each one insignificant in isolation but devastating in their cumulative effect. Those afflicted with the curse would find themselves forgetting the names of beloved friends, the faces of family members, the purposes that had once driven them to great deeds or simple contentment. These memories did not disappear all at once, but rather faded like ink exposed to too much sunlight, growing fainter and less distinct until they became indistinguishable from dreams or fantasies. More terrible still was the gradual erosion of the emotional capacity that allowed beings to form meaningful connections with others and find satisfaction in life's simple pleasures. The undead discovered that joy became increasingly difficult to experience, that love grew harder to feel, that even anger and fear began to seem like distant echoes of emotions they had once taken for granted. They became observers of their own existence, watching as the passions and attachments that had once defined them slowly drained away like water from a cracked vessel. The physical changes that accompanied this spiritual deterioration were perhaps less significant than the mental and emotional transformation, yet they served as constant reminders of what was being lost. The flesh of the undead grew pale and cold, their skin taking on a waxy quality that spoke of preservation rather than life. Their movements became mechanical and purposeless, lacking the natural grace that came from a soul fully inhabiting its physical form. Most telling of all were their eyes, which gradually lost the spark of curiosity and engagement that distinguished the truly alive from those who merely continued to move and speak out of habit. Among those who fell victim to this most pervasive of curses was Lucatiel of Mira, a warrior whose dedication to her craft and her unwavering sense of honor had made her a figure of respect and admiration throughout her homeland. She was skilled with blade and shield beyond what most achieved through a lifetime of training, her techniques refined through countless hours of practice and tested in battles where lesser fighters would have found only death. Yet Lucatiel's greatest strength lay not in her martial abilities, impressive though they were, but in her character, a combination of courage, compassion, and integrity that made her the kind of person others naturally looked to for leadership and guidance. She had never sought fame or recognition for her deeds, finding satisfaction instead in the knowledge that her skills served to protect those who could not protect themselves, and that her example might inspire others to their own acts of heroism. When the curse first manifested in her life, Lucatiel approached it with the same methodical determination she had always brought to challenges that seemed insurmountable. She studied the condition as if it were an enemy to be defeated through careful analysis and persistent effort, documenting the changes she observed in herself while seeking patterns that might reveal weaknesses to be exploited or strengths to be preserved. Her journals from this period revealed a mind of remarkable clarity and self-awareness, someone who could observe her own deterioration with scientific detachment, while never losing sight of what was at stake. She wrote of the subtle ways her memory had begun to fail, the gradual dimming of emotions that had once burned bright, the growing distance she felt from activities and relationships that had previously been sources of meaning and joy. Yet even as she documented these changes with unflinching honesty, Lucatiel maintained her commitment to the principles that had always guided her actions. She continued to offer aid to fellow travelers, to share her knowledge and skills with those who might benefit from them, and to face each new day with as much dignity and purpose as her diminishing humanity would allow. Her determination to remain true to herself, even as that self slowly dissolved, was perhaps the most heroic thing she had ever attempted. The conversations she had with others during this period were marked by a poignant awareness of what was being lost, both in terms of her own capabilities and in terms of the connections she was able to maintain with other souls. She spoke of her homeland with the wistfulness of someone describing a place that might as well have been on another world, her memories of Mira growing hazier with each passing day until she could no longer be certain whether the images in her mind were genuine recollections or fantasies born from desperate longing. Most heartbreaking of all was her gradual forgetting of her own brother, the person who had meant more to her than any other, and whose safety and happiness had motivated many of her most significant decisions. The bond between them had been forged through shared experiences and mutual affection, a connection so deep and fundamental that she had once believed it could survive any challenge that fate might devise. Yet the curse proved stronger than love, slowly erasing not just her memory of his appearance and voice, but her understanding of why he had ever mattered to her. Laurentius of the Great Swamp represented a different type of tragedy, though no less profound in its implications for what it meant to be human, in a world where humanity itself had become a finite resource. He was a practitioner of the ancient art of pyromancy, one of those rare individuals who possessed both the theoretical knowledge and practical skill necessary to shape and direct the primal forces of flame according to his will. Pyromancy was not merely a school of magic, but a form of spiritual discipline that required its practitioners to achieve perfect balance between passion and control, between the desire to create and the power to destroy. Laurentius had dedicated his life to mastering these contradictions, spending decades in study and practice, until he could call forth flames that danced to his commands, while never forgetting that fire was by nature a force that served no master, save its own essential character. His approach to the magical arts was marked by genuine humility and deep respect for the forces he sought to understand, an attitude that set him apart from many who saw power as something to be seized and hoarded rather than cultivated and shared. Laurentius believed that knowledge was meant to be passed on, that the secrets he had learned through years of careful experimentation should be made available to others who showed the dedication and wisdom necessary to use them responsibly. When the undead curse claimed him, Laurentius initially viewed it as simply another challenge to be overcome through the same patient study and careful practice that had served him so well in his magical pursuits. He believed that his deep understanding of the forces that governed existence would provide him with tools for maintaining his humanity, even as the curse worked to strip it away. For a time, this confidence seemed justified, as his magical abilities appeared to provide him with anchors to his former self that proved more durable than the ordinary memories and emotions that sustained most people's sense of identity. His connection to the primal forces of flame gave him access to experiences and insights that transcended the merely personal, linking him to aspects of existence that seemed immune to the curse's corrupting influence. Yet even these profound connections proved insufficient to preserve his essential self indefinitely. The very power that had once been his greatest strength became a source of danger as his judgment grew less reliable, and his understanding of consequence became clouded by the gradual erosion of his capacity for clear thought. The flames he commanded with such skill began to reflect his inner state, becoming more chaotic and destructive even as his conscious control over them remained technically intact. The transformation was so gradual that those who knew him well might have missed its significance, if not for the occasional moments when his deteriorated condition became impossible to ignore. He would sometimes forget conversations that had taken place only hours before, or lose his way in places where he had lived and worked for years. More troubling still were the instances when his magical flames would manifest without conscious direction, responding to emotional states he was no longer fully aware of experiencing. Griggs of Vinheim represented yet another variation on the theme of gradual loss, his particular tragedy arising from the conflict between his lifelong dedication to learning and the curse's systematic destruction of everything that made such learning possible. He was a sorcerer of considerable skill and knowledge, someone who had spent decades mastering the theoretical principles and practical techniques that allowed mortal minds to comprehend and manipulate the fundamental forces of reality. Sorcery, as Griggs practiced it, was not merely about achieving specific effects through magical means, but about understanding the deepest structures of existence itself. Every spell was both a practical tool and a philosophical statement, an assertion about the nature of reality and the proper relationship between consciousness and the forces that shaped the physical world. His pursuit of magical knowledge was therefore also a spiritual quest, an attempt to understand his place in the cosmic order and his relationship to the powers that governed all existence. The curse's impact on someone whose entire identity was built around intellectual achievement was particularly devastating, for it attacked precisely those faculties that Griggs valued most highly. His memory, which had once been capable of storing and organizing vast amounts of complex information, began to fail him at crucial moments, leaving him unable to recall incantations that had once been as familiar as his own name or theoretical principles that had served as the foundation for all his magical work. Even more frustrating was the gradual degradation of his ability to form new memories and learn new concepts, skills that were essential for any serious practitioner of the magical arts. Griggs found himself reading the same texts over and over without retaining their contents, practicing familiar spells that seemed to become more difficult rather than easier with repetition, struggling to maintain intellectual connections that had once seemed as natural as breathing. The great sage Logan represented perhaps the most tragic example of how the curse could corrupt even the most extraordinary minds, transforming genius into madness and wisdom into dangerous folly. Logan the Big Hat was widely regarded as the greatest sorcerer of his age, someone whose understanding of magical theory had advanced the entire field by decades through his innovations and discoveries. His reputation was built not just on technical mastery, though that was considerable, but on his ability to perceive connections and patterns that escaped lesser minds, to find order and meaning in phenomena that seemed chaotic or incomprehensible to others. Logan's magical theories were works of genuine intellectual beauty, combining rigorous logical analysis with intuitive insights that seemed to come from some source beyond normal human understanding. Yet, when the curse claimed him, all of this accumulated wisdom became a weapon turned against its possessor. Logan's vast knowledge, instead of providing him with resources for maintaining his sanity and humanity, became a labyrinth in which his deteriorating mind became lost and confused. He began to confuse theoretical possibilities with practical realities, treating hypothetical scenarios as if they were established facts, and pursuing research projects based on assumptions that grew increasingly divorced from any rational foundation. His descent into madness was particularly painful to witness because it was accompanied by moments of perfect clarity during which he seemed to understand exactly what was happening to him. These brief periods of lucidity were perhaps more cruel than complete confusion would have been, for they allowed him to experience the full horror of his situation while being powerless to prevent its continued deterioration. The archives where Logan conducted his research became monuments to the transformation of order into chaos, filled with texts and diagrams that revealed the progressive breakdown of one of history's greatest minds. His later writings showed clear evidence of his growing inability to distinguish between different levels of reality, treating dreams and fantasies as if they were experimental data, while dismissing obvious facts as unworthy of serious consideration. Rhea of Thoralund represented a different type of tragedy, one that revealed how the curse could corrupt not just individual minds, but also the spiritual traditions and religious practices that were meant to provide meaning and comfort in times of crisis. She was a priestess of the highest order, someone who had dedicated her entire life to serving the divine forces that governed the world and providing guidance to those who sought spiritual solace. Her faith had been tested and strengthened through years of service, during which she had witnessed both the power of divine grace and the reality of human suffering. Rhea's understanding of her religious calling was neither naive nor simplistic, but rather based on hard-won wisdom about the complex relationship between mortal needs and divine will. She had learned to find meaning even in apparent senselessness, to offer hope even when circumstances seemed hopeless, and to maintain her own spiritual equilibrium even when surrounded by evidence of the world's fundamental brokenness. When the undead curse claimed her, Rhea initially viewed it as another test of faith, a challenge that would require her to demonstrate the same spiritual strength that had sustained her through previous trials. She believed that her deep connection to divine forces would provide her with protection against the curse's corrupting influence, that her years of spiritual discipline would prove sufficient to maintain her humanity, even as others around her succumbed to hollowing. This confidence was not entirely misplaced, for her religious practices did seem to slow the curse's progress and provide her with resources that purely secular approaches to the problem lacked. Her daily prayers and meditations created islands of clarity in the growing fog of confusion, while her sense of divine purpose gave her reasons to continue struggling, even when hope seemed increasingly difficult to maintain. Yet even the strongest faith proved insufficient to completely halt the curse's inexorable advance. Rhea found herself gradually losing the spiritual insights that had once come as naturally as breathing, her prayers becoming mechanical recitations rather than genuine communications with divine forces. The sense of connection to something greater than herself that had sustained her throughout her religious career began to fade, leaving her feeling isolated and abandoned in ways that no purely human companionship could address. Most devastating of all was her growing inability to provide meaningful comfort to others who sought her spiritual guidance. The wisdom that had once flowed through her like water through a clear channel became clouded and uncertain, her advice growing vague and contradictory as her understanding of both divine will and human nature became increasingly compromised. The merchant who had once traveled the roads of Lordran with such enthusiasm and purpose that his cheerful demeanor became legendary among those who encountered him, represented yet another facet of the curse's comprehensive assault on Beijing, human dignity and meaning. His name, like so many other details of his former life, was gradually erased by the curse's systematic destruction of memory and identity, leaving behind only the shell of someone who continued to go through the motions of his former profession, without any clear understanding of why such actions had ever seemed important. In his prime, this merchant had been one of those individuals who found genuine joy in the simple act of connecting people with goods and services they needed, treating each transaction not as an opportunity for profit, but as a chance to contribute to the web of relationships that held communities together. His travels had taken him throughout the known world, his pack filled with items both practical and exotic, his knowledge of different regions and their distinctive products making him a valuable source of both goods and information for those he encountered. The curse's impact on someone whose livelihood depended on memory, social skills, and the ability to form meaningful connections with strangers was particularly devastating. The merchant found himself unable to remember the names and preferences of customers he had served for years, forgetting the locations of settlements he had visited countless times, losing track of the complex network of suppliers and contacts that had made his business possible. Even more tragic was his gradual loss of the joy he had once found in his work, the satisfaction that had come from seeing a customer's face light up when presented with exactly the item they had been seeking. These emotional rewards, which had been more important to him than mere financial gain, became increasingly difficult to experience as the curse stripped away his capacity for empathy and genuine human connection. Solaire of Astora, perhaps the most beloved and tragic figure among all those claimed by the curse, represented the destruction of hope and idealism in their purest forms. He was a knight whose dedication to the pursuit of his own sun, his personal vision of divine purpose and cosmic meaning, had made him an inspiration to everyone who encountered him during his long quest. Solaire's optimism was not the shallow cheerfulness of someone who had never faced genuine hardship, but rather the hard-won wisdom of someone who had looked directly at the world's darkness and chosen to seek light anyway. His faith in the possibility of finding meaning and purpose even in the most apparently hopeless circumstances had sustained him through trials that would have broken lesser spirits, while his willingness to offer encouragement and assistance to fellow travelers had earned him a reputation as one of the finest examples of what knighthood could represent at its best. When the curse claimed him, Solaire initially seemed almost immune to its effects. His powerful sense of purpose and his unshakable faith in his quest, providing him with resources that proved more durable than the ordinary attachments that sustained most people's humanity. For longer than seemed possible, he maintained his characteristic enthusiasm and his genuine concern for others, his presence continuing to serve as a beacon of hope in a world that offered increasingly few reasons for optimism. Yet even Solaire's extraordinary spiritual strength proved insufficient to completely resist the curse's influence indefinitely. The first signs of his deterioration were almost imperceptible, subtle changes in his speech patterns and behavior that might have been dismissed as the natural result of prolonged stress and hardship. He became slightly less responsive to others' emotional states, marginally less aware of the impact his words and actions had on those around him. The true tragedy of Solaire's fate lay not in any single moment of dramatic transformation, but in the gradual erosion of everything that had made him who he was. His quest for his own son, which had once been a source of genuine spiritual insight and motivation, slowly became an obsession that consumed his ability to think clearly about anything else. The noble idealism that had inspired so many others was twisted into a form of madness that led him to see signs and portents where none existed, to interpret random events as meaningful communications from divine sources. The undead curse, in all its manifestations and through all its victims, represented more than simply another form of suffering to be endured or obstacle to be overcome. It was instead a fundamental assault on the very concepts that made existence meaningful: memory, connection, purpose, hope. Those who fell victim to it were forced to watch helplessly as everything they had ever valued was slowly stripped away, leaving them as hollow shells that continued to move and speak long after everything that had made them truly alive had been consumed. The true horror of the curse lay not in its capacity to cause physical pain or even emotional anguish, though both were certainly present in abundance, but in its ability to transform the very nature of existence from something meaningful into something pointless. The hollows who wandered the cursed lands of Lordran were not simply people who had died and returned to life, but rather beings who had been systematically stripped of everything that distinguished life from mere biological functioning. Yet even in the depths of this universal tragedy, there remained traces of the humanity that the curse sought to destroy. Moments of recognition between hollow creatures who had once been friends, brief flashes of their former selves that penetrated the fog of their deteriorated consciousness, stubborn attempts to maintain familiar routines and relationships, even when the reasons for such maintenance had been forgotten. All of these served as testament to the resilience of the human spirit, even under the most adverse circumstances. The undead curse represented humanity's greatest tragedy, not because it caused death, which was, after all, a natural and inevitable part of existence, but because it made death impossible while simultaneously making life meaningless. It condemned its victims to experience the slow dissolution of everything that had ever mattered to them while being unable to find peace through the release that death might have provided. In the end, the curse served as a mirror that reflected back the essential questions about what it truly meant to be human, forcing those who witnessed its effects to confront uncomfortable truths about the fragility of consciousness, identity, and meaning. It demonstrated that humanity was not a permanent state, but rather an ongoing achievement, something that had to be continuously renewed and maintained through effort and will, and that could be lost as surely as it could be gained. The stories of those who fell victim to the curse became cautionary tales about the precious nature of human consciousness and the importance of cherishing the connections and purposes that give life meaning while they still remain intact. In their gradual loss of everything that had once made them who they were, they reminded others of how much there was to lose, and how important it was to value humanity, not as an abstract concept, but as a lived reality that required constant protection and nurture to survive. In the highest realms of existence, where the very foundations of reality were shaped by will and power beyond mortal comprehension, where the concepts of light and darkness, order and chaos, life and death were not mere philosophical abstractions but living forces that could be wielded like weapons or tools. There once stood a being whose magnificence had defined the nature of the world itself for ages beyond counting. Lord Gwyn, the great lord of sunlight, had been more than merely a ruler or even a god. He had been the living embodiment of everything that mortal beings understood as divine, the source from which flowed all the light and warmth that made existence possible, in a universe that seemed naturally inclined toward cold darkness and empty silence. In his prime, Gwyn had been a figure of such overwhelming majesty that even other gods had looked upon him with something approaching reverence, his presence filling whatever space he occupied, with radiance that seemed to emanate not just from his physical form, but from his very essence. His hair flowed like captured sunlight, each strand containing within it the concentrated power of solar fire, while his eyes held depths that spoke of wisdom earned through eons of responsibility for the welfare of all creation. The Lord of Sunlight had not achieved his exalted position through conquest or political maneuvering, though he was certainly capable of both when circumstances demanded such approaches. Rather, his authority arose from his fundamental role in the cosmic order, his very existence serving as the cornerstone upon which all other forms of organized reality depended. When he spoke, his words carried the weight of natural law, while his decisions shaped the flow of events across entire ages of history. The war against the ancient dragons had been the defining challenge of Gwyn's early reign, a conflict that had tested not merely his military capabilities, but his understanding of what it meant to be responsible for the survival of all life in the universe. The dragons of that primordial age had been creatures of such incredible power and alien intelligence that they might as well have been forces of nature given consciousness and will, their dominion over the world so complete that the very concept of change or growth had been foreign to the reality they shaped and maintained. These ancient beings had ruled over a world of perfect stasis, where grey stone stretched endlessly beneath skies that knew neither sun nor storm, where the passage of time brought no alteration or development because alteration and development were concepts that had not yet been born. It was a realm of eternal twilight, neither light nor dark, neither warm nor cold, neither alive nor dead, but rather suspended in a state of potential that could have continued unchanged until the end of time itself, if not for the emergence of forces that demanded something more dynamic and vital. Gwyn's victory over the dragons had required more than mere strength or cunning. Though both had been necessary components of his ultimate success, the triumph had demanded a fundamental reimagining of what reality could become, a vision so bold and transformative that it literally brought into existence concepts and forces that had never before existed in any form. The lightning that became his signature weapon was not simply electrical energy, but rather the physical manifestation of change itself, the power to break through stasis and create the possibility of growth and development where none had existed before. The establishment of the Age of Fire had been Gwyn's greatest achievement, the culmination of everything he had learned about leadership, power, and the proper relationship between those who ruled and those who were ruled. The flame he had kindled was far more than a source of light and warmth, though it certainly provided both in abundance, but rather the organizing principle around which all subsequent history would revolve. This cosmic fire had made possible the rise of civilizations, the development of arts and sciences, the growth of cities and kingdoms where thinking beings could gather to share knowledge and create beauty that transcended mere survival. Under the flame's influence, the world had become a place of infinite possibility, where each new generation could build upon the achievements of those who had come before while exploring frontiers that previous ages had never imagined. The gods who served under Gwyn's leadership had each been granted dominion over different aspects of this transformed reality, their individual specialties contributing to a cosmic harmony that seemed capable of sustaining itself indefinitely. His children had inherited portions of his divine essence while developing their own unique approaches to the responsibilities of godhood, their diverse talents and perspectives, ensuring that no aspect of existence would lack proper guidance and protection. The mortals who lived under divine protection had flourished in ways that would have been impossible under the dragon's static rule, their brief lifespans made meaningful through the possibility of genuine accomplishment and growth. They had built cities that rivaled the gods' own domains in beauty and sophistication, had developed forms of art and music that could move even divine hearts to wonder and delight, had discovered secrets of nature that expanded the boundaries of what conscious minds could understand and achieve. Yet even in the golden age of his reign, when everything seemed to validate his vision of what reality could become, Gwyn had been aware of subtle signs that suggested the Age of Fire was not as eternal and unchanging as most believed. The flame that served as the foundation for all ordered existence was not a natural force like gravity or time, but rather something that had been created through conscious will, and that therefore depended upon conscious effort to maintain its strength and stability. The first hints of the flame's gradual decline were almost imperceptible, visible only to those who understood the deepest principles governing its operation, and who possessed the wisdom to recognize the significance of minor variations in its behavior. The light it cast was still bright beyond mortal ability to look upon directly, the warmth it provided still sufficient to sustain life across vast reaches of space and time. Yet those who knew what to look for could detect subtle changes that suggested internal stresses and developing weaknesses. These early warning signs filled Gwyn with a form of dread that went far beyond mere personal fear for his own safety or even concern for his immediate family and allies. As the Lord of Sunlight, he understood better than anyone else what the flame's failure would mean not just for his own dominion, but for the entire structure of reality that had been built upon its foundation. The end of the Age of Fire would not simply mean political upheaval or the rise of new forms of government, but rather the collapse of everything that made existence meaningful or even possible. The prospect of such universal catastrophe drove Gwyn to increasingly desperate measures, his search for solutions leading him into realms of knowledge and power that he had previously avoided as too dangerous or morally questionable. The Lord, who had once ruled through wisdom and benevolent strength, found himself contemplating actions that would have horrified his younger self, choices that contradicted everything he had once believed about the proper relationship between ends and means. His conversations with other gods during this period revealed the growing strain that the crisis was placing upon his character and judgment, the gradual transformation of a benevolent ruler into something harder and more calculating. Where once he had sought counsel and valued the perspectives of those who served under him, he began to make increasingly autocratic decisions based upon calculations that seemed to weigh the value of individual lives and freedoms against abstract concepts of cosmic stability and universal order. The experiments and investigations that consumed more and more of Gwyn's time and attention led him into areas of study that pushed the boundaries of what even divine minds were meant to comprehend. He delved into the fundamental forces that governed existence itself, seeking ways to supplement or replace the failing flame with new sources of cosmic energy that might prove more durable and reliable than what he had originally created. Yet each new avenue of research seemed to lead only to discoveries that made the situation appear even more hopeless than before. The forces involved in maintaining universal order were so vast and complex that even minor adjustments carried the risk of catastrophic unintended consequences, While the energy requirements for sustaining the flame at its original strength appeared to exceed anything that conventional sources could provide. The gradual realization that there might be no solution to the crisis that did not require terrible sacrifices began to eat away at Gwyn's sanity and moral foundation like acid dissolving metal. The god who had spent ages protecting and nurturing life found himself forced to contemplate the possibility that preserving existence in general might require the deliberate destruction of countless individual existences, that maintaining the cosmic order might demand choices that violated everything he had ever believed about justice and compassion. His family and closest advisors watched with growing alarm as the strain of these impossible decisions began to transform their beloved lord into someone they barely recognized. The radiance that had always surrounded him began to flicker and dim, not because his power was failing, but because the joy and confidence that had once sustained that radiance were being consumed by doubt and desperation. The changes in Gwyn's personality were subtle at first, manifesting as increased irritability and a tendency toward isolation, rather than the dramatic transformation that might have prompted immediate intervention. He spent more and more time alone in the deepest chambers of his domain, surrounded by texts and artifacts that spoke of forces and principles that existed beyond the boundaries of normal divine understanding. His sleep, when he allowed himself such rest, was plagued by dreams that seemed more like visions of possible futures, nightmares where he witnessed the collapse of everything he had built and the return of the grey, lifeless world that had existed before the Age of Fire. These visions were so vivid and detailed that he sometimes found it difficult to distinguish between what he had dreamed and what he had experienced in waking reality. The isolation that these experiences imposed upon him only made the situation worse, cutting him off from the sources of emotional and spiritual support that might have helped him maintain his psychological equilibrium during such a prolonged crisis. The other gods, recognizing his need for solitude and respecting his authority too much to intrude uninvited, allowed him to retreat further and further into himself until communication became sporadic and increasingly strained. When Gwyn finally emerged from his studies with what he believed to be the only viable solution to the flame's decline, the price he was prepared to pay shocked even those who had grown accustomed to his increasingly desperate measures. The Lord of Sunlight had concluded that the flame could be sustained indefinitely, but only if it were provided with a constant supply of souls powerful enough to serve as fuel for its cosmic functions. The plan he had developed was both brilliant and horrifying in its implications, demonstrating the kind of strategic thinking that had made him successful in the war against the dragons, while revealing how completely his moral perspective had been corrupted by desperation and fear. The journey to the kiln of the first flame was undertaken not with the confident stride of a hero approaching his destiny, but with the mechanical determination of someone who had already died inside and was simply going through the motions of completing a task that had to be finished, regardless of personal cost. Gwyn understood exactly what he was about to do and what it would mean for his own consciousness and identity. Yet he proceeded anyway, because all alternatives seemed even more horrific. The act of linking the fire was not a quick or painless process, but rather a gradual burning away of everything that had made Gwyn who he was, a slow transformation from God to fuel that preserved his power while destroying his personality, his memories, and his capacity for independent thought. The being who emerged from this ultimate sacrifice retained the appearance and abilities of the Lord of Sunlight while lacking everything that had made those qualities meaningful or admirable. The hollow shell that remained in the kiln was neither alive nor dead, neither conscious nor unconscious, but rather something that existed in a state between all conventional categories, a creature that could perform its function of maintaining the flame while being incapable of understanding why such maintenance was necessary or worthwhile. The process had preserved what was mechanically useful about Gwyn while destroying what was essentially human, creating a monument to the principle that survival without meaning was not actually survival at all. The tragedy of Lord Gwyn's fate was not simply that he had died in service of a noble cause, for such deaths could be understood and honored as meaningful sacrifices, but rather that he had chosen to surrender everything that made life worth preserving in order to preserve life itself. His transformation into the Lord of Cinder represented the ultimate corruption of the ideals he had once embodied, the reduction of wisdom to mere calculation and love to simple possessiveness. The Age of Fire continued after his sacrifice, but it was no longer the same force that had originally brought light and growth to a world of grey stasis. The flame that burned in the kiln was fed by desperation rather than hope, maintained through manipulation rather than inspiration, sustained by the systematic destruction of the very qualities it was meant to protect and nurture. The heroes who eventually found their way to the kiln, drawn by prophecies and guided by forces beyond their understanding, discovered not the glorious Lord they had expected, but rather a hollow mockery of divine majesty, a creature that retained the power of godhood while having lost everything that had once made such power meaningful or beneficial. The battle that inevitably followed was not a confrontation between good and evil, but rather a mercy killing, an act of compassion that freed what remained of Gwyn from an existence that had become unbearable. The death of the Lord of Cinder marked not the end of the Age of Fire, but rather the completion of its transformation into something unrecognizable from its original form. The flame that had once symbolized growth and possibility had become a prison that trapped souls in cycles of meaningless sacrifice, while the order that had once encouraged creativity and achievement had become a system designed primarily to perpetuate itself regardless of cost. Yet even in this ultimate tragedy, there remained traces of what Gwyn had originally tried to achieve, hints that his vision of what reality could become had not been entirely wrong, even if his methods for preserving it had proven catastrophically misguided. The Age of Fire had brought genuine benefits to the world, had created possibilities for growth and meaning that continued to exist, even after their original source had been corrupted beyond recognition. The question that haunted those who witnessed the Lord of Cinder's final moments was whether there might have been another way, some alternative path that could have preserved the benefits of the Age of Fire without requiring such complete sacrifice of everything that made those benefits worthwhile. The answer to that question would determine not just how Gwyn's legacy would be remembered, but what possibilities might exist for whatever age would eventually rise from the ashes of his failed dreams. In the silence that followed his destruction, in the moment when the great flame flickered and dimmed as its primary source of fuel was finally exhausted, The true scope of what had been lost, and what might yet be saved, became clear to those with eyes to see and hearts capable of understanding. The Age of Fire was ending, but what would replace it remained an open question, one that would be answered by those who possessed the courage to imagine something better and the wisdom to avoid repeating the mistakes that had led to such magnificent failure. The Lord of Sunlight had fallen, but the sun itself continued to shine, waiting for someone with the vision to kindle a new flame that might burn with the warmth of genuine hope rather than the cold fire of desperate necessity, a light that might illuminate paths toward futures that honored both the beauty of individual existence and the majesty of cosmic order without sacrificing one for the sake of the other. In the darkness between one death and the next resurrection, in the liminal space where consciousness flickers like a candle flame caught between competing winds, there exists a soul whose journey through the cursed lands of Lordran has become something far more complex and terrible than any mere quest for glory or redemption. The bearer of the curse, as the ancient prophecies named them, began their odyssey with the same mixture of hope and determination that has driven countless heroes toward destinies they could not foresee. Yet their path through this realm of perpetual twilight would reveal truths about the nature of heroism, sacrifice, and choice that few minds were prepared to comprehend. The awakening in the undead asylum had been gentle enough, almost merciful in its gradual revelation of what lay ahead, like morning mist that slowly lifts to reveal a landscape that might be beautiful or terrible, depending upon one's perspective and expectations. The cell where they had first opened undead eyes to a world transformed held no memories of how they had arrived there, no explanation for the dark sign that marked them as one of the cursed, no clear indication of what they were meant to do with the strange gift of immortality that seemed more burden than blessing. Those early moments of confusion and disorientation had carried within them a kind of innocence that would seem precious in retrospect, a time when the greatest concerns were merely practical questions about survival and navigation, rather than the cosmic dilemmas that would eventually tear at the very foundations of moral understanding. The simple act of escaping the asylum and making one's way into the wider world of Lordran had felt like an achievement worth celebrating, a first step toward whatever destiny awaited beyond the grey walls of confinement. The prophecy that guided their initial steps through this strange realm spoke of chosen ones and linking flames, of great deeds to be accomplished and ancient evils to be defeated, painting their journey in terms that seemed to promise eventual triumph over the forces of darkness and decay. The bearer of the curse had embraced this narrative with the eagerness of someone who desperately needed to believe that their suffering served some greater purpose, that the curse which had stripped away their former life might be transformed into the foundation for something noble and meaningful. Yet even in those early days of relative optimism, there had been signs that the reality of their situation was far more complex than the simple, heroic narrative suggested. The other undead they encountered told stories of their own journeys that seemed to contradict the prophecy's promises, speaking of cycles rather than conclusions, of temporary delays rather than permanent victories, of choices that led not to salvation but to different forms of damnation. These warnings were easy enough to dismiss at first, attributed to the despair and confusion that seemed to affect so many who had been cursed with undeath, yet they planted seeds of doubt that would grow stronger with each passing revelation about the true nature of the world they were meant to save. The bearer of the curse began to understand that the prophecies which had seemed so clear and encouraging were themselves part of a system designed to perpetuate suffering rather than end it. The encounters with the great lords and their tragic histories served as education in the futility of power and the corruption that inevitably accompanied attempts to preserve order through force. Each fallen monarch revealed another facet of how good intentions could be twisted into instruments of oppression, how the desire to protect and preserve could become indistinguishable from the impulse to control and dominate. The Witch of Izalith's transformation into the bed of chaos demonstrated how the greatest love could become the source of the most terrible destruction, while the fate of the four kings of New Londo revealed how wisdom and virtue could be corrupted by contact with forces beyond mortal comprehension. These were not cautionary tales about individual moral failing, but rather systematic illustrations of how the very attempt to maintain cosmic order created the conditions for its own corruption. Most devastating of all was the gradual understanding of what had become of Lord Gwyn, the great father figure, whose sacrifice was meant to inspire others to similar acts of noble self-destruction. The discovery that the Lord of Sunlight had become a hollow shell, sustained only by his function as fuel for the cosmic flame, revealed the true nature of what the bearer of the curse was being asked to emulate and continue. The journey through Lordran became not just a physical pilgrimage through dangerous territories, but also a philosophical education in the nature of power, responsibility, and the prices that must be paid to maintain systems that might not be worth preserving. Each victory over ancient enemies brought not satisfaction, but rather deeper questions about whether such victories served any meaningful purpose beyond perpetuating cycles of violence and sacrifice. The relationships formed with other characters during this long journey provided glimpses of what might have been possible in a world not bound by such rigid systems of fate and prophecy. Solaire's genuine enthusiasm and optimism offered a vision of heroism that was not tainted by desperation or manipulation, while the various merchants and travelers encountered along the way demonstrated that meaning and satisfaction could be found in simple pursuits that made no grand claims about cosmic significance. Yet even these positive connections were ultimately overshadowed by the growing awareness that everyone in Lordran was trapped within systems they had not chosen and could not escape. Their individual desires and aspirations subordinated to roles that served purposes they might not understand or approve. The bearer of the curse began to realize that they were not so much a hero as an actor in a play whose script had been written by forces that viewed individual consciousness as merely another resource to be exploited. The accumulation of souls and power that marked progress through the traditional heroic journey became increasingly meaningless as the true nature of that journey became clear. Each boss defeated and each area conquered brought the bearer of the curse closer not to some ultimate victory, but to a choice between equally unsatisfying alternatives, each of which would perpetuate suffering in different ways, while solving nothing fundamental about the conditions that made such choices necessary. The discovery of the painted world and its tragic guardians provided a glimpse of what sanctuary might look like for those who refused to participate in the larger systems of exploitation and control. Yet even this refuge proved vulnerable to the kind of violence that the bearer of the curse had been trained to see as necessary and justified. The destruction of peace in service of abstract principles of heroism became another lesson in how noble intentions could serve ignoble purposes. The growing weight of these revelations began to transform the bearer of the curse from someone seeking to fulfill a destiny into someone questioning whether any destiny imposed by external forces could be truly meaningful. The undead curse that had once seemed like a burden to be overcome began to appear as a kind of freedom from the normal constraints that prevented most beings from recognizing the arbitrary nature of the systems that governed their existence. The ability to die and return without permanent consequence created opportunities for experimentation and exploration that were available to no other type of conscious being, chances to test the boundaries of what was possible and necessary within the established order. Death became not an ending to be feared, but a temporary setback that could provide new perspectives on old problems and fresh approaches to apparently insurmountable obstacles. Yet this freedom came at the cost of isolation from the normal bonds that gave meaning to existence for most conscious beings, creating a form of detachment that was both liberation and exile. The bearer of the curse could observe the world's systems with unprecedented clarity, precisely because they were no longer fully part of them. Yet this observer status made it increasingly difficult to find reasons for caring about outcomes that would affect others while leaving their own essential situation unchanged. The repeated resurrections began to blur the boundaries between individual deaths and the larger cycles of rise and fall that characterized the world's history, making it unclear whether their personal journey was unique or simply one iteration of patterns that had been repeated countless times before. The discovery of other chosen undead who had followed similar paths and made similar choices suggested that even their rebellion against predetermined destiny might itself be part of a larger, predetermined pattern. The conversations with characters like Kathy, the primordial serpent, revealed alternative interpretations of the prophecies and different visions of what the future might hold. Yet these alternatives proved no more appealing than the original path they had been encouraged to follow. The choice between linking the fire and allowing the Age of Dark to begin was presented as meaningful, yet both options seemed designed to perpetuate forms of suffering while merely changing their specific character and distribution. The bearer of the curse began to understand that the real tragedy of their situation was not the undead curse itself, but the way that curse had been instrumentalized by forces that viewed individual consciousness as nothing more than fuel for cosmic machinery. The supposed choice between different endings was revealed as no choice at all, but rather different ways of serving the same fundamental system that reduced persons to functions and lives to resources. The growing clarity about these systemic problems was accompanied by an increasing sense of responsibility that went far beyond what any individual should be asked to bear. The bearer of the curse found themselves in the unique position of being able to perceive the true nature of the trap that held all conscious beings within its mechanisms, yet also being the only one with the power to potentially break those mechanisms, or at least refuse to participate in their continuation. This knowledge created a burden of choice that was perhaps more terrible than any of the physical challenges they had overcome during their journey through Lordran. The decision about whether to link the fire or walk away became not just a personal choice about their own fate, but a cosmic decision about the future of all existence. A responsibility that no individual consciousness was equipped to handle without being crushed by its weight. The final approach to the kiln of the first flame was undertaken not with the triumphant confidence of a hero approaching their destiny, but with the weary resignation of someone who had learned too much about the true nature of heroism and destiny to take comfort in either concept. The bearer of the curse understood that whatever choice they made would be inadequate to the complexity of the problems they had been asked to solve, yet also that refusing to choose was itself a form of choice with its own consequences. The discovery of Lord Gwyn's hollow remains in the heart of the cosmic flame, provided the final confirmation of what the bearer of the curse had gradually learned throughout their journey, that the systems they were being asked to preserve or destroy were built upon foundations of suffering so deep and pervasive that no individual action could meaningfully address them. The great Lord of Sunlight had become a cautionary tale about what happened to those who tried to carry impossible responsibilities, yet his example also demonstrated the futility of both acceptance and resistance. The battle against the Lord of Cinder was fought not with hatred or anger, but with a kind of compassionate desperation, an understanding that violence was being used to solve problems that violence had created, perpetuating cycles that could only be broken through means that were not available to any of the participants. The bearer of the curse struck down what remained of Gwyn, not as an enemy but as someone trapped in the same impossible situation, someone whose suffering had to be ended, even though ending it would solve nothing fundamental about the conditions that had created such suffering. The moment of choice, when the bearer of the curse stood before the dying flame with the power to either kindle it anew or allow it to fade into darkness, represented the culmination of everything they had learned about the nature of individual agency within systems designed to eliminate meaningful choice. They understood that linking the fire would perpetuate suffering while allowing it to die would simply create different forms of suffering, that both options served the same underlying machinery that treated consciousness as expendable. Yet even with this understanding, the choice still had to be made, for refusing to decide was itself a decision that would have consequences for countless beings who had played no role in creating the situation that demanded such terrible alternatives. The bearer of the curse faced the ultimate question of whether it was better to perpetuate known forms of injustice or to risk unknown forms that might prove even worse, whether individual moral purity was worth collective catastrophe or collective stability worth individual damnation. The decision, whatever it ultimately was, carried with it the knowledge that it would solve nothing permanently, that the cycles of rise and fall, light and dark, hope and despair would continue regardless of what any individual chose in any particular moment. The bearer of the curse had learned that their role was not to save the world, but to serve as another temporary variable in equations too complex for any single consciousness to fully comprehend. Their suffering and sacrifice meaningful only within systems that made such meaning contingent and temporary. In the end, the greatest tragedy of the bearer of the curse was not that they were forced to make impossible choices, but that they were intelligent and compassionate enough to understand exactly what those choices meant and what they would accomplish. They had gained the kind of cosmic perspective that revealed the futility of cosmic action, the wisdom that made wisdom itself seem like another form of curse, the freedom that demonstrated how little freedom actually meant within the constraints that defined existence itself. The bearer of the curse became a symbol not of heroic triumph over adversity, but of the price that consciousness pays for understanding its own situation too clearly, the cost of seeing through illusions that might be necessary for psychological survival. Their journey through Lordran served as a reminder that some forms of knowledge are too terrible for individual minds to bear, yet also too important to remain forever hidden from those who might have the courage to face them despite their implications. As our journey through these tales of sorrow comes to its gentle end, like the last embers of a dying flame finally surrendering to darkness, let yourself find peace in the knowledge that even in worlds of endless tragedy, there exists a strange beauty in the courage of those who face impossible odds. These souls we have encountered are Torius, Sif, Siegmeyer, and all the rest found meaning not in victory, but in the attempt itself, in love that endured beyond death, in duty that transcended reason. Let their stories cradle you now as you drift towards sleep, not as tales of despair, but as whispers of the profound dignity that can be found even in the darkest places. Close your eyes and rest in the understanding that every ending, no matter how tragic, also marks the possibility of something new beginning somewhere else, in some other time, in some other dreamer's heart. Sleep now, peaceful wanderer, and let the darkness embrace you not as an enemy, but as the gentle mother of all rest, all dreams, and all the quiet moments between one breath and the next.